Welcome to Future Affairs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear Federal Minister, esteemed foreign ministers and excellencies. Welcome to the second Future Affairs Conference hosted by Germany's Federal Foreign Office in cooperation with Republika and with the support of the public policy think tank Stiftung Neue Verantwortung. My name is Mariana Evenstein. I am here at the German Foreign Ministry in Berlin, and it's my pleasure to be guiding you through today's virtual program. The Future Affairs Conference provides an international and interdisciplinary forum to address the latest trends in digitisation and also their impact on foreign policy, global security, and everyday life. Our event is being held on the sidelines of an informal virtual meeting of the foreign ministers from the EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean, which is being hosted by the German Foreign Office as part of Germany's EU Council presidency. Now, the aim of the meeting is to strengthen ties between the EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And our event, the Future Affairs Conference, provides a forum for dialogue on key future issues such as the digital revolution. And now this is why our panels today will have a special focus on geopolitical trends in the digital transformation from the perspective of these regions. Ladies and gentlemen, like so many other conferences this year, the Future Affairs Conference was originally planned as an in-person event here in Berlin, but as we're all aware, due to the circumstances, this event was moved online to ensure that everyone can take part safely. So today, this conference will be streaming live on our website, future-affairs.de, as well as on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. But we want to make sure that everyone watching this stream, even if you're at home in your office and not here in person, we want to make sure that you can also take part in today's discussions. So we've made it very easy for you to send us your questions and comments via a Q&A form that you can find on our website, future-affairs.de, for each of the respective sessions. You can also join the discussion on the Republika social media channels. Just use the hashtag FUTAF20. Now, during the course of the day, we'll have 3 sessions. They will cover the following topics. The first will look at the geopolitical question of decoupling the internet. The second session will examine global resilience and cybersecurity. And the third, data protection and digital rights. All of these 3 virtual panel sessions will be held in English with simultaneous translation into German and Spanish. But now, I would actually like to switch to German for a moment. Denn bevor wir mit den Panel-Diskussionen starten,
before we start with the panel discussions, I would like to welcome the host of the conference, Minister Maas. Mr. Maas will open the conference, and he also agreed to answer a few questions. Mr. Federal Minister, a warm welcome, and great that you have found the time to address us. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Evenstein. Ladies and gentlemen, these will be interesting and exciting 2 days. We were actually looking very much forward to them. It's a meeting with the community dealing with the same issues as we do, but also with our friends from Latin America and the Caribbean, where we have so much in common on all these issues. Thank you, Mr. Maas. We often speak about competition and the global technological supremacy, and what we see is growing rivalry between the United States and China. Does it mean that we are confronted with a digital division of the world? I think it will not only depend on China and the United States, it will also depend on Europe. I believe that when the development continues as we currently see, we will have 2 digital poles. The one will be the United States with the center in Silicon Valley, and the other will be China with Beijing and other locations. 2 very different models. The American one is one based on the Mexican maximization of profit, and the Chinese model also uses all the capabilities to repress people and resources. I don't think this is anything we would like to have in the United Europe, because we wouldn't really see our values implemented there. So we here in Europe should think about not only about what we want to have, but we should do something to maintain, to preserve our digital sovereignty, because digitization changes all our communication behavior. We get our information digitally. Information is the foundation for opinion building, and this leads to democratic processes. So we are not just talking about processes, but also about power. And there is also a global struggle for the technical supremacy, because the one country that is a major player in organizing the world that has a lot of power. We want to have a minimum of digital sovereignty in order not to become the plaything of others. We want to base our action on our values, from router to cloud. It's about content, and it's about technological infrastructure to be able to be digitally sovereign. Minister, you probably want to say very clearly that the Europeans need to follow their own digital route. What does it mean for Germany? What does Germany do in order to stand its ground in the new digital geopolitics? There are different aspects here. Recently, we have seen that, and this also refers to the COVID-19 pandemic, it's about narratives in the global competition. So the point is to protect the critical infrastructure we have. Within Germany, we are currently adopting a Digital Security Act 2.0, where it's not only about technical capabilities, but also safety and security issues. So how to guarantee that there is no outside influence from third parties. And we also want to protect content and values on the internet. And we need to reach European understanding on that. The Digital Services Act was such an attempt. We have seen what the social media, Facebook, Twitter, and others blur the line between freedom of opinion and punishable comments. And since we are now meeting with our Latin American friends, we know that others have the same democratic values, liberty, freedom, and the like. So I'm really looking forward to what we are discussing here now. Germany, just as other European states, is by and large too small to win in the global competition. What role does the EU play here? It's indeed true, and this is not only true for digital sovereignty in Europe. We are all too small, Germany included. So we need to find a European road based on the capabilities we have, the technological resources we have. We need to increase investments in all that, plus in artificial intelligence, hardware and software. I think we can do more than we currently deliver. We also need to be aware of values. Artificial intelligence is a lot about ethical issues. It's not just about what is technologically feasible, but also what is ethically acceptable. So we hope that because of the common ground we have in Europe and the German foundation in terms of hardware and content, we will be able to hammer out a joint strategy. As you mentioned already, there's a virtual meeting of the EU with the Latin American and Caribbean foreign ministers taking place today. We know that Germany is working toward intensifying the relations with that continent. What exactly links Europe and Latin America with regard to digital global politics? I think this is by and large our shared values that exist there and here, but also technological issues link us. There will be a deep-sea cable laid between Portugal and Brazil, which is a very hands-on example of a link. With regard to the United Nations, we launched a resolution to defend privacy on the internet. So there are a number of technological issues that we need to discuss if we want to support one another, but also how do we treat the internet and its content? What are the values that guide us? What are the opportunities and what are the risks? And here I think there's a lot that Europe and Latin America have in common, which are worth being discussed. Mr. Maas, thank you very much and for finding the time to address us here at the start of our Future Affairs conference. Feel free now to join your own conference, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now switching back to English, my native language, so I'm quite happy about that. In just a few moments, we're going to introduce our first panel session. But before that, we have a very special video message from the European Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Didier Reynders.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to share with you today a few thoughts on our common digital future and of how we look at it from Europe. Digital technologies provide huge opportunities to improve our lives. In these difficult times, they enable us to see family and friends and to continue working. They also allow us to continue exchanging ideas with people from all regions of the world and enlarge our horizons in important events like this one. They bring us closer in times in which we cannot travel, and this is important. However, digital technologies come with legal and ethical risks and raise questions about fundamental rights, trust, and the role of humans in technological change. The EU wants to play a leading role in digital technologies. However, we also want a digital policy that works for everyone. We cherish our democratic values, and European citizens expect to feel safe online. For example, Europeans ask the European Union to guarantee a high level of protection of privacy and personal data. And so we took a human-centric approach for our general data protection regulation. The GDPR ensures that individuals are at the center and not at the receiving end of the data economy. With the GDPR, individuals remain in full control of their data and of how their data is used. The human-centric approach ensures that technology works for the individuals, not against them. It is the same human-centric approach that the European Union is taking with artificial intelligence. The EU legal framework on AI will ensure that AI is developed and used in Europe in full compliance with fundamental rights and EU values. For instance, we do not want that AI creates new forms of discrimination or amplifies existing ones. This is essential to foster citizens' trust towards this technology, and it is essential to enable the uptake of the technology by citizens. At the same time, we are perfectly aware of the risks of regulating technologies that are still being developed, and we do not want to hamper innovation. For this reason, we will have a very targeted and proportionate legislation. We will target, in particular, high-risk situations. Developing technology that is compliant with our fundamental rights, notably data protection, is a competitive advantage for the industry. Recent studies confirm that across the world, citizens prefer digital solutions that offer high-level protection of privacy. This is in line with the demand for privacy that is increasing everywhere. And I can tell you that the GDPR is already a success, not only in Europe, but also in inspiring other countries across the world that want to create or modernize their data protection rules. And 1 year before the GDPR, the Ibero-American data protection standards were adopted. This timing coincidence reflects how much we have in common. Many new developments follow: the Brazilian legislation, a new bill in Argentina, Uruguay signing the Convention on 108, and Chile introducing the right to privacy in its constitution and creating an independent data protection authority. All systems are converging on the basis of common principles, such as a core set of enforceable rights and oversight by an independent authority. This type of convergence, based on shared values, can bring significant benefits, for instance, by facilitating trade and the free flow of data with trust. We want to strengthen existing adequacy decisions, as the one concerning Argentina, and we are certainly interested in having new ones with Latin American countries. Data protection and AI are not the only challenges of the digital age. Our new Digital Services Act will clarify the rules that frame the responsibilities of digital services to address illegal content and the safety risk of online users. This is done in full respect of freedom of expression. It is because of freedom of expression that we want to treat differently in our legislation illegal content from content that may cause public harm, but is legal, such as disinformation. In addition, the new European Democracy Action Plan sets out a strategy to address disinformation. It will also empower citizens to make informed choices, free from manipulation. We will work with the platforms to strengthen the code of practice on disinformation. In Latin America, you face the same difficult questions. Our successful and long-standing strategic partnership is grounded on many shared values and interests. The EU's digital single market provides possible solutions for Euro-regional integration and also promising areas for cooperation. Having digital cooperation at the heart of our relations would assist the economies of both regions. And together, it will be easier to influence the global rules at a time where there is an increasing demand around the world for common standards. I'm committed to working together in this area, and I look forward to hearing the outcome of this highly stimulating conference. I wish you all the best and hope to see you soon in Europe or in Latin America.
That was the European Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Didier Reynders. We'll now have a short break, and in just a few minutes, we'll be back to kick off our first panel. See you shortly.
Welcome to Future Affairs.
Welcome back, everyone. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first panel, Decoupling the Internet, Taking Sides or Chances. A quick reminder to our online viewers, you can also participate in the panel discussion by sending us your questions or comments using the Q&A form on our website. That's futureaffairs.de. Or you can also go to the Republica social media channels and use the hashtag FUTAF20. Now, this first panel is going to be focused primarily on how joint standards could be set in the geopolitical era of decoupling and whether there can be an alternative digital future beyond the market-driven model of the US and the Chinese model of authoritarian state capitalism. We are thrilled to have an amazing group of panelists for this discussion, and they'll be introduced individually by the panel moderator, Christoph Röckerath. He's the South America correspondent and also head of the Rio de Janeiro studio of Germany's public broadcaster ZDF, Second German Television. But today, he's joining us live from Munich. So greetings to you, Christoph. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mariana, and good morning. And welcome to the audience on the internet and for joining our first panel. I'm now hearing music, and I don't know if this is an introduction or are we on already? Okay, if we were not on before, then good morning and welcome to the audience, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Mariana. My name is Christoph Röckerath. I'm a South America correspondent for ZDF German TV, based in Rio de Janeiro. And a few years before that, I was also reporting from the Caribbean and Latin America. I will shortly introduce our panel, but before that, just let me give a quick and brief introduction to our discussion. It is brief, but it starts a very long time ago. In 1837, the German economist Friedrich List wrote a glowing article praising the arrival of the steam railway network in continental Europe that was just happening. He wrote, "It's a Hercules in his cradle who will rid humankind from the plague of war and violent nationalism." He went on saying that now that we can travel to each other on such high speeds, information will flow freely, as will we. It will be the end of prejudice and intolerance. People of all colors will mix. It will become a true era of common sense and civilization. Of course, he was wrong, and so were those who entertained similar thoughts with the arrival of the internet and then social media. The internet, just like probably any other technology, is not inherently good or bad, but it's a tool, the nature of which depends on the intentions of those using it. Right now, it's at the center of a process of separation, a potential Cold War between the USA and China. Both nations have achieved tremendous advancements in the field of information technology, advancements that affect and also benefit the whole world. However, they also show the dark side of it, developments that are not in the interest of free societies. Just two examples for that. Right now, in the USA, we see two different realities. One where the current president clearly and provenly lost an election, and one where millions of people truly believe that he was cheated out of it. China, on the other hand, shows how far information technology and the internet can be perfected to enable a totalitarian control over its people. I'm mentioning these examples because they show that, aside from all other political and economic consequences, simply choosing a side in this conflict might not be the best option for the rest of the world. At the center of the panel lies the question whether, through technology and based on shared democratic values and human rights, Europe can offer something like a third option, a human-centered approach, as it is called, as an alternative to other nations in an otherwise polarized world. And based on that, whether Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean can expand their collaboration, not only to keep the idea of multilateralism as opposed to a G0 or G2 world alive, but also to use technology to advance societal and economic development, good governance, good practice, global citizenship, and to promote common values which can lead to setting new standards for how technology can be used. And for this, I'm joined by four guests who join us virtually but very much alive from all over the world. First, let me introduce Mario Cimoli, who joins us from Chile. He's the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Kim Jørgensen joins us from Belgium. He's the head of cabinet for the EU Commissioner Margrethe Vestager, who is the European Commissioner for Competition and Executive Vice President of the European Commission for a Europe Fit for the Digital Age. From California, we are joined by Jaron Lanier, who is, among many things, a computer scientist and philosopher, writer, musician, and visual artist, and a pioneer in virtual reality. I'm not sure if he already joined, but I hope he will do so shortly. From Colombia, we are joined by Victor Manuel Munoz Rodriguez, who is an expert and professional in the field of digital technology and who currently serves the president of Colombia as the advisor for economic affairs and digital transformation. It's a great honor to have you all here. Thank you very much. I have a set of questions that might take some time until I address each of you, but please feel free at any time to engage, whenever you feel like it, because we want an actual lively discussion here, even though it's not that easy in this remote format that we have. This is such a broad and complex topic that I don't expect any actual news to use, but I hope we can get some ideas that point in the right directions. For this, we have about 45 to 50 minutes. And after that, we would like to give the audience the opportunity to ask questions. They can be handed in via the website Future Affairs. We have one exception. Mr. Jørgensen has to leave at 11:30, so he will not be around for the questions. Also, I would like to apologize that this is an all-male panel. We had some last-minute changes due to scheduling conflicts, and while we're very happy to have you four here, we would have had a more diverse panel under different circumstances. So, for me to shut up soon now, my first question goes to Mr. Jørgensen. But again, this is a discussion, so whenever you want to jump in, please do so. You're welcome to voice your views. Mr. Jørgensen, why Latin America and the Caribbean? It's a very diverse region faced with complicated issues and in part at least different interests. Some governments are also complicated. What makes it such an attractive partner for the EU?
I think EU has, thank you very much for the invitation. EU and Latin America has a historical cooperation and something that we would actually only want to strengthen. I think it's very important also to do that in the digital field. As you said, we have to lead for what you could call a third way. We don't use the term the third way, but the current pandemic has certainly accelerated the trend on digitalization. And here, Europe's digital transformation is at the center of the Commission agenda. It's one of the twin transitions, the green and the digital transition. So we have set a very ambitious digital strategy, and we are now also reaching out in all our cooperation with third countries and of course Latin America here being a very important region in itself. And we know we have a lot of concrete and ambitious goals where we would want to strengthen our cooperation. For us, as you said, it's a human-centric approach. We are to position ourselves on the global digital map, and we place our core values, such as the respect of fundamental rights, the rule of law, and democratic principles at the center of our digital transformation. So we want the technology to serve humans, not the other way around. And if I may just mention two examples where I also want us to strengthen our cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean is online platforms, for example, has gained a huge influence on and economic power. Their behavior has an impact not only on free and fair competition among businesses, but also on our democracies, on our security and the quality of our information. So here we need to propose adequate regulatory framework. And just this week, the Commission will propose two flagship legislative proposals, one called Digital Service Act, one called Digital Market Act, which will set a broad reform of the EU rule and will create new responsibilities for platform. And this is something where I think we would also need to have a discussion with third countries, as I said, also Latin America and the Caribbean. And a second area where we would also make proposals next year is on the use of artificial intelligence. We would see artificial intelligence is extremely good and would be of huge value in many areas of life. But at the same time, we have to make sure that it's based, again, respecting our values or human rights and the human dignity. So I think here EU can be the third global rule maker. That's how I will start. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that answer. Could you explain a little more what is actually meant by a human-centered approach? We all know that the data-driven internet, data is the commodity, is what generates profits, what makes companies make money and thus innovate. So how do you want to get the rule of people over their own data back? What does this human-centered approach actually look like?
To make sure that what we do in the digital world, what we do on data is basically based on values of freedom, human rights, and respect of the human dignity. We will have to make sure that for example, when it's using regulation on AI, that we take what we call a high risk approach, where, for example, when you are introducing an algorithm to diagnose cancer, that then that algorithm is being tested according to our rules and will not be biased. I think that they have regulation and obligation for companies if they are to introduce new AI in very high-risk area. There will be a lot of areas where we don't think there will be a need for legislation if you want to use artificial intelligence to make a booking system or to make furniture. Here, you most probably don't need legislation, but when it comes to human and very sensitive public data, for example, within the health sector, you have to make sure that data is processed in a way that it won't hamper the rights of the individual citizen.
Mr. Cimoli, Latin America and the Caribbean have been historically influenced by the United States and more recently, especially economically, by China. What, from your perspective, should or could the EU offer to become an alternative? What can or should they offer that the others can't? What is your interest in this collaboration? I cannot hear him. I cannot hear Mr. Cimoli.
Hello, could you hear me now? Is working?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Sorry. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, it's very difficult to say and to have a position for whole Latin America. And you have to understand that it's completely different. What it means to be in Argentina, to be in Chile, in Mexico. Mexico is a really well-integrated economy with the United States. It's completely different. You have, for example, the repository of contents for digital economy, more or less, more than 90% are in the United States. You know, this very complex integrated economy. When you speaking about Latin America, there is really an enormous heterogeneity. You pass from Mexico, that is really integrated in manufacturing and so on, and also in digital network with the United States, to others economy. Take the case of Bolivia or Peru, other economy that has a different process of integration related more with the China market and so on. It's different. This is a very important point to have in your mind when you speak about that. That is, I came into the second question about the difference between what can offer Europe and the United States. Of course, this issue of human dignity is very important, it's very crucial, and I want to be very honest with that. Human dignity and human rights, we can put these concepts in an enormous asymmetries that exist between different countries and regions. For example, for Latin American people that work in informal sector with very low productivity, that people are invisible. Take the case of Colombia, take the case of Peru, take the case of other countries. These informal people that arrive to be more or less in many cases about the 50% of population. People is informal not because the people don't want to pay taxes. People is informal because it has a very vulnerable jobs, because the people don't have income, because the people don't have high productivity. Most of the people that has an enormous impact for COVID, these people that are out of the economy, quote unquote, out of the economy. And when you speak about human dignity for us, for Latin American people, is that this person, this informal activity can have, jobs, formal jobs, can have, for example, the capability to participate into the welfare state that is very segmented, very heterogeneous in Latin America, that the people can access to internet connection. For example, the recent data from Latin America said clearly that only the 60%, between 60 and 70% of the population achieved the internet capabilities. The other part remain outside. And we can show that in this recent period about teleeducation. More than 40% of scholars, younger scholars, can achieve to have a very good quality. And these asymmetries are very important. When we speak about human dignity and human rights, I want to be, if you speak a human right and human dignity, when you have an economy, the income per capita is about $30,000 and the income is more or less well distributed, it's completely different to have an economy where income per capita is about $10,000 and the income is very bad distributed. This is an important point. And I think it's a very good concept, but we have to go inside the concept. And the last one point about the United States of Europe, I think I agree completely with what say our colleague from Europe, and to have responsibility, to have normal package, to have regulation, and so on and so on. That is crucial. Data is an important factor. But you know what is the debate in Latin America? The debate in Latin America, many people say Europe is very well because they have good regulation, because they are thinking about the human rights and so on, but the innovative economy is the United States. And you can take Schumpeter from this side. Schumpeter said you have to leave the economy to innovate, and after of the innovation you regulate. You can regulate it. You can introduce competition policy. Take the case today in the United States, where recently regulation and competition policies is going to be applied from Facebook to the expansion of Facebook in different areas. And clear is what the Clayman Act, the Sherman Act, there is two models. I don't want to say this is the debate. One is very good about regulation, but the other is great about innovation, because they created the more massive innovation in ICT. If you take all of the firms that produce an innovation, more or less came from the United States. This is debate in Latin America. The people say, I think it is important, the distortion, the shot that can have this ICT on people, on dignity, on using of data. But we need to create innovation also. We need to create firms. What is the good composition of this policy? This is going debate, and honestly, it's a very important going debate. And of course, there is also the introduction of China, about the enormous capability of China that can imitate. Imitation is, of course, it's an economy completely different. It's market-led economy, and market-controlled economy, more political controlled economy, very strong control. Of course, that is true. But on the other side, this economy has an enormous capability on imitation. And these three models is the debate. I think clearly is the debate. But to put clearly this debate, we have to have in our mind what is the situation of Latin America. Enormous asymmetry, enormous heterogeneities, human rights, people that don't have jobs, access to internet, in rural areas is an enormous gap. And on this side, it's important to discuss with Europe not only about regulation and so on, that is crucial, but also how to have a flows of investment, how to stimulate together intelligent, artificial intelligence, and so on and so on. How we can create. And I want to say one thing that is coming out recently by Becla. Europe is important in Latin America because the more highest stock of investment of Europe is in Latin America. It's not in China and India. You know, you understand that. And that is to continue to this flow and to discuss about that ideas we can have a driver. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And yeah, just as you said, of course, it's a very heterogeneous continent or region, not continent. It's a region, obviously. But what are and the Europeans, I'm sure, are aware of this when they introduce a broad plan. But what would you say, Mr. Cimoli or Mr. Jurgensen as well? What would be the common anchor points that they can start to increase this exchange, and even with all the heterogeneity, what are the things that apply maybe for everyone where Europe could start to collaborate?
If you want,
maybe. Yeah.
No, I want to say that it's very important. I agree completely about human dignity, human rights. This is a crucial point. But I put also the importance to establish more connection in, because if you take the investment of Euro in Latin America, if you define the quality of European investment in Latin America, most of the investment of Europe had the more human dignity quality. That is true because there's a very good relation with the trade unions. There is more a positive relation with environmental situation and so on. Europe, on the basis, have this point. That's a crucial issue. But I think for the new wave of digitalization, we need to find a more partnership, to find what is the way to where this investment can create network from one side and another side. How this network created employment from the Latin American side, that is very important, to absorb this informal activity, to diffuse technology, to create a more equalitarian position. And we think, my point is the following, I want to be very honest. Regulation is very good, but we can't remain only with regulation. We need to put something that have to do with, to create more cooperation between technological transfer, intellectual property rights on technology, creation, more networking activity between the two regions. Production not to be necessarily localized in one region. We can create it more on the, for example, taking pharmaceutical and so on. But this is the second step. Rules and regulation is good. How to create this real balance and real comprehension of asymmetries to produce more job, a good job, and more equality in Latin America too. That could be a very important mission from Europe.
Could I come in here?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I agree very much. I think the diversity you see in Latin America is actually also something you see in Europe. And within the digital field, we also have huge differences between the individual 27 EU member states. So we will also have some experience, I think, in how to better connect intra-continental wise, I think is a very good thing. But to talk about the very concrete examples, as far as I understand it today, there will be this joint ministerial statement endorsed where it's planned to establish a digital alliance between the EU and the Latin America and the Caribbean, where the aim is to support digital transformation and bring together the common support of development institutions, international financial institutions, and the private sector. And one of the first outcomes of this alliance will be the transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable called BELA between Portugal and Brazil. And the European has here invested more than 25 million in this project. And it will be sort of finalized next year during the Portuguese presidency in the first half of 21. I think this is going to be an extremely important project because that will create a new digital highway for knowledge and data exchange between South America and Europe. And the new cable will bridge the digital divide, boost development and competitiveness, and enhance business exchanges. And there, on top of this, there's a number of bilateral activities between individual EU member states and individual countries in Latin America. But I really think that the launch of BELA will really create a boost for the interconnectivity between Latin America and the Caribbean and EU. I think there will also see a lot of increased cooperation on 5G, on cybersecurity, which is another element where I think we from EU side will also set some standards that could also, I hope, be of interest and inspiration in the LAC countries.
Thank you. Yeah, building upon what you two said and what Mr. Cimoli said about the individual problems or challenges in the countries regarding the huge informal sector, for example, which is a big issue, of course, in Brazil, where I live as well. Fortunately, we have someone in this panel here who is involved in day-to-day government work and problems. Mr. Munoz from Colombia, maybe you can say something about these things that need to be fixed first, if you want to say so, before we go to standards. In Colombia, of course, you also have a great level of inequality. You have a huge informal sector. And then, like all over the world, the COVID pandemic has, of course, increased all these problems. What are the main obstacles from your point of view for a better integration and use of data cooperation with Europe? What needs to be done in your country first to make the internet not just a tool of consumption, but also a tool of production?
Good morning, and thank you so much for the invitation. The first thing that I would like to say that for sure, COVID is a challenge for the country, but COVID was opportunity for the country too. I would like to mention before that talk about inequality. I would like to mention how we use the technology to improve the quality of life of the citizens in terms of the pandemic. The first thing is that we use technology to give access in terms of the educations, to move from 1 million of transactions in terms of telemedicine to more than 10 million per month in teleorientations users per month in the last month, and how we can design a subsidized program using technology through fintech solutions, and we give more than subsidized for more than 3 million people in terms of in the last months. And the message is that for sure we have a lot of challenge. For sure we have a lot of informal situation. We have a high rate of employment, but we can be working and we can be using technology to close the gaps that we have. And the pandemic gave us the opportunity to accelerate the implementation of this kind of technology in the different areas in the country. And that is that is an important point. That is the message that, for example, you have from the Fourth Industrial Revolution, you have for the WEF, in terms of that we can use the technology to close the gaps and to close the inequality that we have in the country. The second thing is that in terms of informal situation, we can be accelerating the smart regulation related with the digital economy, because at this moment we have a lot of opportunities to create new places of work, of the new jobs in the country, to improve the situation that we have in terms of the employment that we have in the country. And in terms of data, we have been working in terms of the regulation related and how we can protect more, how we can have a smart regulation, and I would like to insist in that word, that how we can use the data in terms of the data protections, in terms of the algorithms that use artificial intelligence, how we can approach in an ethical framework to use the data, and in that case we can be working in the different roundtables with the European Union, with the US, with Asia, in terms of how we can use the technology and the data for to protect the human rights and to improve the quality of life of the citizens in the country.
Colombia also is a country, of course, greatly influenced by the US and by China. What, from your Colombian perspective, is the unique thing that Europe can bring to the table?
In terms of the approach that has Europe in terms of the data protection, in terms of the human rights, in terms of the hub always in the center, the citizens, is the most important approach that we can have and that we can receive from Europe in Colombia. That because the focus that has Europe in terms of the citizens, the human always is in the center of the solution is important for us, and we have been working in that direction.
So, coming back to Mr. Cimoli, the problems that you described, of course, they have probably grown in the past years, at least as far as I observed myself traveling the continent. So is this actually a good timing that the EU starts this this initiative in this time of decoupling between United States and China, which is a problem in and by itself for everybody, when South America and Latin America and the Caribbean have these many things to fix themselves first? Should they do this first before they can actually speed up this dialogue with Europe, or is the timing right? Meaning, is this something you can actually afford to do now? Do you not have to fix other things first? Again, of course, speaking for the whole region, which is unjust, but...
No, but I think you put a very important point. I think it's very difficult to say that you have to fix, first of all, one problem and take, secondly, the other one. That is not the way. ICT technologies are compenetrated with every one of the other's activity, with production, with human rights, with rights, and everything is part of this. It's a component. It's a crucial component. I think it's a perfect time. It's a good time. I remember when European Union came more than 12 years ago here in Latin America. It created with ECLAC the program of ALICE. This was a very important program that created European Union and Latin America. It was a crucial program because it was access to ICT technology. And after of this program, we have developed an enormous interaction among countries. We created the governors, ministerial boards of Latin American ministers, where they work on ICT technology and have in the last 15 years, with the creation of Europe, creating an enormous debate among the region with different policies, so on. And today, for example, these processes put on the table the proposal of the digital Latin American market. That is an important, it was approved in Mexico 5 years ago. And this is an enormous proposal. It has to come hand by hand with Europe. Europe is not today that is doing that. Europe did that from now 15 years. That is an important point. Today is more important than ever. Why? Because all of the activity, all of the relation, all of the activity needed to resolve the Latin American problems require ICT technology. And you can see that when you look at what happened in the COVID crisis. ICT was crucial in production, in welfare state. If you look at also in production and in creation of employment and so on. At that point, I want to say, Europe is not the starting point. The starting point was many years ago. This is very important visionary action. And today, there is an enormous debate in the region about digital market. For example, last week, there was a meeting of Pacific Alliance. In the Pacific Alliance, the president of the all 4 countries decide to support the Pacific Alliance market on digital economy. This is a process that began with the European Union. But what they need today is more also to work on those channels that can solve the problems of Latin America. Important to creation. The question is to Europe, how we can work together to creation networks, capability in production, employment, mobility of the people. Because if you take human rights in ICT, but human rights also in mobility of peoples. Human rights is for United Nations, for us, is a very overview concept. You can put only in one point and to forget the others. It have to be together in the process. In that sense, we need to work together. And in policy for sustainability, crucial one, And for Latin America, it's more crucial because that Latin America is the region where the contribution of carbon economy is very low. It's more or less the 80%. Historically, the contribution of Latin America was very poor. On the other side, today we have an enormous impact from China, historical from Euro, and that. This asymmetry, this technology can solve or can be an access to solve the problems that Latin America has, but putting clearly the important asymmetries that we have, that have to be incorporated in this policy.
So, Mr. Jürgensen, how does Europe actually want to achieve this, to circumvent these, or to address these asymmetries? And adding to that, also the political aspect, of course. I understand that there's a lot of cooperation already on working level areas in international forums and talking about standards and everything. But of course, there's always the political aspect, and that has not always been easy with Latin America recently. We just remember from last year the conflict between French President Macron and Brazilian President Bolsonaro. Also, the question of sovereignty is always a big issue when Europe tries to give advice, so to speak, to the region. So how can you circumvent this? I mean, Europe has problems with Donald Trump, who's a difficult president, but the other region, Latin America, also has difficult presidents. What can you do differently here? What can you do better that makes you optimistic to be successful there?
Of course, we have all challenges. We have also challenges at EU level. That was mentioned, the question about innovation. We might lack innovation, but that's actually not the most important point and problem we have at EU level. That's just the scale-up possibility. We have quite a lot of AI professors and startups that are creating and are actually very, very innovative. The problem is that whenever you have a company in that sector who has some kind of a degree of success, then they are either being bought up by the American companies or Chinese companies. So here we need at EU level to sort of make it much more doable to have scale-up investment here, and I think it's a bit of the same problem in Latin America. I still think that this digital alliance is a very good one, and the physical connection between the two continents that will materialize next year. I still think that's actually an extremely good thing for sort of the possibilities also to make cooperation strengthened. And then again, EU's main strength has been standardization and the rule maker. I mentioned the GDPR as one thing. I'm quite sure also when we are talking with not only Latin America but also with Africa, with a lot of other third countries, they are looking towards EU as a third possible rule maker. So I think this is the area where we would need to work. It's clear that there are and has been political problems between EU and Latin America, and there might also, I mean, this will not be the last time, but the problem and the good thing is that both of our continents, we believe in multilateralism, and I think and hope we should be able to overcome the differences and to find good solutions.
You want to add something to this, Mr. Cimoli or Mr. Munoz? What the political...
Yes, I would like to add something that... Yes, I would like to deep in terms of the Pacific Alliance, and that Colombia assumed the presidential pro tempore for the Pacific Alliance the last week. And basically, I would like to mention that one of the topics that we will work in the next months is related with the digital economy, but with focus in connectivity, with focus in talent. That is important to discuss about the digital skills more than the titles is more related with the digital skills that we need in the regions, and in terms of the interoperability, because at this moment we don't have interoperability in terms of the data in the different countries, and in terms of the smart regulations. For example, we have been working in Colombia in a sample regulatory in different areas, and that is one of the important topics that we will include in the discussion in the next weeks. In another component that I would like to deep is related with the cooperation between Europe and Latin America. For example, in Colombia, we have been working. We have the first framework, ethical framework for artificial intelligence, and we work in that in a strong relation with Europe. We have more than 50 participants from different areas, from different universities from Europe, that give us comments, that give us support in terms of develop this framework, and that is a framework that we launched 2 months ago. And that just to mention that we have been working in the region with the Europe, we have been working in terms of the smart regulation, and we have been working to have in a digital agenda in the Latin American countries.
Thank you. I want to go a little bit to the human level, because every policy is made by humans, as is politics. And when I travel the region, which I do very frequently, I'm often encounter a sort of inhibition, if not reluctance, when it comes to big ideas that come from a different country, especially when they come from former colonial powers. So national sovereignty is, of course, a big issue for the countries in that region. What are the mistakes that need to be avoided in this transatlantic dialogue? How can we make sure that there is a cooperation on eye level? What needs to be done to earn the mutual trust? Or is that a given? I'm asking Mr. Munoz, but as well, of course, Mr. Cimoli as well.
I think that you mentioned the most important word is that that is a dialogue. That is not an imposition. That is not a mandatory political or practice or regulatory. That we know that we have a lot to learn for other countries in terms of Europe, US, or Asia, but we have a countries that we have been working a lot in terms of how we can use technology, how we can introduce the technology, and how we can cooperate in that situation. And the most important and the most thing is that this is a dialogue. That is opportunity to share knowledge, that is opportunity to share practices, that is the opportunity to learn from the different perspectives, but all with that understanding that this is a dialogue, and that this is not mandatory, that is not a practical that just we need to assume because was developed for other countries.
Mr. Cimoli, would you like to add something, or?
I agree with Victor said. I think a dialogue is very important to have equal participation in the dialogue and to hear the others. That is crucial. But I think there is another important point that is crucial. Why is urgent to have a policy in Latin America? Because one of the conclusions that TECLA has on what's happened after this crisis of COVID is that the global economy is going to be more and more regionalized. What that mean? That means that it's going to be one Asia, very, very large, very strong. It's going to be in Europe, a very complementary, very diffuse, very strong Europe. It's going to be a North American area where part of the Latin America is going to be integrated there, and these three region areas is going to have probably different policy, not only in terms of ICT, but also in industrial and technological policy. There is dialogue between Latin America and Europe in this context. Yeah, we think that is very crucial. But it is the dialogue that Latin America needs. This is the scope. The scale is very important. Each country in the region think that by itself is going to achieve important results. We think it's difficult. Latin America needs more integration, and we think that digital is going to be a driver for that. Because if a country like Brazil think that only because it's Brazil, 200 million people, is going to be don't need of the other Latin American economies, that is not. It's the same if the German think that Denmark, on Luxembourg and so on is not necessary for the integration. No, we need a scale. We need more debate on that scale. That is going to be an important debate with Europe. This experience to create a common digital market. That is a crucial debate. In that sense, it's important for one side, for Europe, to be in the table with a very important spirit and esperanza of the debate that has to be at the equal position. On the other part, Latin America need to understand that this policy to create this scale is very important to have a political dialogue also inside the region. That is a crucial one. Not because a country, the scale in this policy is crucial. Regulatory framework is if take one country and they take another country different, there is no regional market. we need more debate in that. I think the experience, the debate between Europe and Latin America, for Europe is important to have the experience with the good thing downs, but also the bad thing to create the regional European market. Latin America needs to debate that issue because this is a technology that needs scale. And the second point that is a crucial one, we think that is the debate how we put in this context regulation of human rights crucial, data protection crucial, but there is another one: how the private sector create activity. Because on the Latin American side, many of the Latin American want to put honesty on the debate, say, of course, Europe has human rights very clear, but how we create an innovative economy like the American one? This is an important debate. It's not like black and white, but it's a debate, okay? And we have to be for probably it's also for Europe also to have a debate on Latin America, because Latin America can show that to create this an absorption for the labor market, we need alliance, public and private, that can create jobs and to be more innovative in our economy.
I would like to hand that over to Mr. Jürgensen. Debate about Latin America, of course, is also alive in Europe. We just have this debate about the Mercosur EU free trade agreement that still has not been put into effect. And it's having a hard time because of a lot of bad news that we see that comes from especially South America. So how can you address this? How important is this in the broader context, a concept of your initiative?
I think it is very important, and it is of a strategic and a high value importance for both our continents. And I know it has been very difficult negotiations in my former life before joining the European Commission. I was sitting in as an EU ambassador to negotiate that agreement, and I think actually in June last year we reached a political agreement for an ambitious, balanced and comprehensive trade agreement, and currently we are now having difficult, I admit that, difficult technical discussions, but we are working forward on finalizing the text of the agreement. So I think it is, as I said, going to be an extremely important agreement, but it's not the only one. I think we will also, due to the experiences we have from the pandemic crisis, I agree that we will see an increased regionalization, but I don't think we will see it as something where we would close, for example, Europe, or close Latin America, or close Asia. But what we have learned during the crisis is that we need to have sort of safe and diverse supply chains, and that we have to rely on in all areas of economic life on different suppliers, which will only increase, I hope, the direct trade also between our regions. It's a fact that there might also, due to robotics and AI, there will be possibilities for doing productions in EU that was not possible before because it was too expensive. But we will, of course, have to continue to trade in this open environment, and here I can only see a chance for increased cooperation.
Thank you. I
want to say something about that. It is possible. I think I agree completely. I think there is an important areas where we can have put Latin America and Caribbean and Europe together. I think it's more cooperation on BELA. Okay, transatlantic fiber optic. That is crucial to continue with that. Second one, we need more to work on this transatlantic fiber optic cable, to put more attention on that, because how we can relate on the one side or the other, economic activity, production activity, science and technology activity. Second one, to put more the high-performing computing analysis. Europe is working a very lot to computing performance high quality with enormous regulation and standard to base it on human value. That is crucial one to work together with Latin America and Caribbean, how to put more network. Horizon programs could be one part of this, but how to can be related. Research and innovation, ICT standard, regulation, cooperation in telecommunication, digital media, online platform, e-commerce, cybersecurity. We need now to put this value of human rights and to put more and more and more and more on this area and to work together, creating and understanding asymmetries, because it's important that the region can solve this structural, consistent asymmetry that create an enormous inequality and stable, many times social and political conditions. I think put a good virus on this activity. The good virus is how do we solve this activity, this asymmetry, how we can work together in this area. I think it is an important way to work together in the next future. And I think this pillar that is going to be seen in Berlin could be an enormous platform. And also, don't forget, we need job, we need employment, we need people to come out of this terrific, to this terrible situation that is informality, bad job, and very bad income or non-income at all.
Thank you. For the remaining time, there's two more issues I would like to briefly tackle with you before we hand over to the questions from the audience. There are also some already. Unfortunately, I would have loved to discuss this also with Mr. Lanier, who I just heard is quite ironically offline. We cannot reach him, so we will have to do this without him, but I'm sure you can also be of a great insight here. It's no secret that underlying all these initiatives is something else as well that you hear when you talk to politicians on both sides of the Atlantic, really, and if you talk to the Foreign Office in Germany, and that is that we're also currently seeing a competition of systems, really, of systems of society, and that's a point where Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean can take a stand. The conflict between US and China shows that the common belief that free societies and free market economy go together and mean economic success is kind of in jeopardy. Now we see democracy struggling. China, which is not a democracy, is actually prospering and probably selling itself as an alternative to democracies in order to still have people lead a good life. And at the same time, we see that, especially in Latin America, the acceptance of democracy has been in a constant decline in the past years, as all surveys show. So what needs to be done to counter this? How much can this emphasis on common shared values between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean be a statement in that direction to turn this around or to decide this competition of the systems? This goes to all of you.
Should I start then? At EU side, I think we have always sort of start all our cooperation with third countries with what do we have in common, and cooperation basically always comes first, and we have made that very clear in our cooperation with all our strategic partners. You've seen that just the 2nd of December, the Commission adopted a strategic communication on our relations with the US, and we offered a new transatlantic agenda for global change. We have also proposed to work closely with the US on digital matters, such as the responsibility of online platform and big tech. We will also want to cooperate closely with them on standardization, on artificial intelligence, and that's the exact same areas where I think that the more common approach by Latin America and EU, for example, on multilateralism and the importance of the human-centric approach, I think that's something we should bring into this debate. But it's also clear that when we look to the East, we are seeing a more challenging situation, and we have seen in our strategic outlook from last year communication, we are now saying very explicitly that the EU sees China as a negotiating partner, an economic competitor, and a systemic rival. And concretely, it means that we would pursue cooperation where we can. We would also express our disagreements where we must, and therefore I think that also should be an element in our dialogue and our cooperation between EU and LAC. We had actually a very good constructive digital dialogue between Executive Vice President Vestager and the Deputy Prime Minister of China. It was an open and constructive meeting, but of course also reflecting very much the areas where we don't agree. So I think we have to talk and act more together between LAC and EU.
Mr. Cimoli, what can be done to increase the trust in democracy again in your region?
I think this is how said before. This is a crucial issue. It's very important. Trust and democracy have to be sustained, and but sustaining is not only to say that; it's to have policy that sustain that. And policy have to be a very important component on human rights and transparency and so on and so on. But on the other side, we need to apply policy that can create it a development processes, a new development processes, because the model that we have until recently is not producing the very good result. And have to create this policy and how ICT technology is across all of the activity in the production, in the welfare state, in the state. We need to integrate this policy in the very in terms of rights, human rights, but also to be efficient and to achieve all of the part of the population. Only if we do all of these policies together, it's going to be an important result. About competitive society. About competitive society, I don't know if it's really an issue. What we like in Latin America, ECLAC many times say that the society, European society, with the welfare and the good income distribution and access and so on is an example of the world economy. We know that an economy like Europe, with the welfare state that Europe has, is an example for Latin America. I think it's important because it's part of the issue to solve inequality. In that sense, the alliance with Europe is a crucial one. But on the other side, I want to put on the debate that this technology is going to be implemented in the future, and this technology is going to have an enormous impact and global value change and firms and activity and employment. And also, when we speak with Europe, it's important to understand together how is going to be the impact of that, and to understand how we can create it global change between Europe and Latin America, and to produce Latin America to have transfer of technology, Europe to have investment here, but to integrate both economy more and more and more, because that is an important point. And I think we have to break this regionalization, because if the regionalization of the global economy is going to be in the future and going to be strong and strong, it's difficult for economies that have an enormous problems to find a space for their policy. I think that is an important issue, and we have to debate around this point. And the other way, Europe has an important that is regulation and competition policy. Because, for example, I'll give you an example. More of the 80% of the employment in Latin America is small and medium firms. Most of the firms has a very low productivity, but these firms don't have a space in the digital platform, because we need competition policy, regulation policy, and so on. There going to be an enormous important exchange of experiences, policy, and action together with Europe to create this platform where small and medium firms can have market for Latin America, but also market from the small and medium firm in Latin America in Europe. And that is the way to work together. It's putting all of this agenda together and to work it intensely on that.
Mr. Munoz, would you like to add something from the concrete perspective of Colombia? Otherwise, we move on to Q&A.
I would like to mention a few things, and basically that in terms of transparency, it's important to work basically in topics like open data, in topics like transparency for the users, transparency related with policy, bids, use of data, in terms of how we can include collaborative participation through the use of technology, how we can give more access of information for citizens, and in terms of competitive, how we can introduce more technology for small and medium business in terms of the inclusion and equality. And in terms of the of the equality too, I would like to mention that we can work together in topics like inclusion, gender equality, data protection, ethical framework for artificial intelligence, and human rights. That just for the Colombian, that is the perspective for the Colombian country.
Thank you. I would just like to say goodbye and thank you to Mr. Jørgensen. He has to leave right on time. 5 seconds and you have to go. Thank you very much for being here and hope to talk to you soon again. Well, with that, I would like to hand over to the questions from the audience, and I will have to look at them myself first. I will just start with the one the team put on top, which is from Madeleine Blidaru. The question is, are we prepared to manage the risks of decoupling, particularly on the liberalization of ideas and business? There's no specific addressant, so it's up to you, Mr. Cimoli and Mr. Munoz. Unfortunately, Mr. Lanier is not here. So who would like to answer that? Are we prepared to manage the risks of decoupling, particularly of the liberalization of ideas and businesses?
It's very to have a decoupling is a debate that also is not only related to ICT. You know, it's more related also to policy, action, production, global value chain, and so on. The risk. I think this process is not only process because we have a political people that one day came and said, I want to be sovereignist, you know, because there is a problem, a pressure of middle classes in Europe and United States, and also recently in Latin America. The middle classes don't see that the global system is bringing to them the benefits that they want to have. You know, this is many times because there is, for example, ideological concept about the benefits of trade that also Europe has. Trade many times produce good benefits, and many times trade produce a negative effect. That's what's happened, for example, with the middle class in Europe, with the intensity with trade with China that affect people and workers there, and these people move political toward a more sovereignist position. This is a social problem. It's not ideological. It's, you know, this don't come. If you read that because there is a good and bad and evils, no, that's really completely different. This is a social problem. Read more on that, and technology is part of this process. Now, ICT in this process is not good and bad. It's a technology. Technology can be dominated, can be used, can be incorporated in different ways. Depend on the society, depend on the rules, and depend on the capability to be more to create this impact of technology more equal. That is very important. And I think the debate have to be around inside the countries by itself, and to understand how this technology produce equal impact for people that are looking for job, the people looking for capability, and so on and so on, but also how this technology can be a driver to create it more participation and more democracy. That is the basis. You remember when the people say, now is coming internet and we are going to have a very good democracy, everything is going to come in good. You remember that 15 years ago? That doesn't happen because the people that wrote on technology, Polanyi, Schumpeter, and so on, understood clearly that the technology is not good, but also is not ugly. Technology is technology, and you have to have a society production to look the way to use this technology for the benefit of the whole society with equality. Okay, that is the point. If you don't have this capability as political, if the agreement don't have this capability like agreement, technology is doing what technology have to do, good or bad, but it's technology.
I would like to go, unless you want to add something, Mr. Munoz, I would like to go to the next question.
Just few things is that for that reason we work in terms of the policy related that we use the technology to protect equality, inclusion, social benefits, and basically human rights. That's it.
Next question comes from Matthias Bock. He asks that the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, which is this, just for the audience, is this huge new free trade agreement for Southeast Asia and China, was signed in November. How do you judge its impact on the topic at hand that we just talked about? And is it a way for China to pull countries into its hemisphere? Also, of course, in the way technology is, the use of technology is being approached. This is again up to both of you. But I guess to Mr. Cimoli first.
I don't know. This is an agreement that is at the moment it's an intention to see an agreement. It's not concrete. Of course, this agreement is an agreement that has an important impact on the economic side, because this agreement is going to create a more locally global change in the Asian area. Is what I said about regionalization is going to be part of this regionalization policy. That is coming out. It's a reality. But on the other side, we have to understand that many countries, also China, are very pragmatical in the agreement. You know, if you say, I want to be an example. If you arrive in Latin America, if you say, I put clear two experiences. If you say, I want to come in with a policy, first of all, you have to be very perfect in human rights. Secondly, you have to be very perfect in democracy. Third, you have to be, and the people is looking for job. The people is looking to be integrated in a formal activity. You know, and on the other side, and wherever part of the world, for Venus, for Venice, for other, where they say, don't worry, I give you support, investment to give job. Probably the people is going to decide to have a job immediately and don't have the human right later, you know, because when you don't have job, we can see that what's happening in formal activity today. This is an important life pressure, you know. In that sense, we have to understand the difference policy, and we have to modulate, we have to graduate it, because we have to understand this structural asymmetry. You know, if we have only in terms of principle, I don't know if we're going to have the good results. We need to have principle, but you have to have policy that show the capability to reduce asymmetry and to create a process of more job, more income, more development in Latin America too. That is not only a responsibility of Europe, of course. It's first of all the problem, responsibility of each country in the region, of the whole region as a whole. But in the term of creating capabilities, I think it's important to graduate, because also the political action and the political cooperation policy is going to be different. Principles are crucial and important, and we, by ECLAC and the United Nations, support that in an enormous way. But of course, we need to understand asymmetries and difficulties that the middle income economy like Latin American has at the moment. And this is very important. Take the problem of the debts, take the problem of employment and so on. If you don't understand very pragmatically this issue, it's difficult to pass the issue, the problem, to solve the problem only with the principle. You understand? That is a crucial issue to debate, important, practically.
Mr. Munoz, how strong is the pull of China? And is it something that could force you to actually decide which side you choose or with whom you work together closely?
In terms of China, sorry if I understand the question, is what is the present that we have the China here in Colombia?
The pull, like the question from Mr. Bock was, if this RCEP partnership could be a way of China to pull more countries into its hemisphere. And of course, China is very invested in South America and your region. How strong is the pull of China from your Colombian perspective? And is this actually rivaling potentially any efforts by the European Union? Just building on that question.
The dimension is not just China. Basically, we have a lot of international investment here in Colombia from European companies, from US companies, from Asian companies. And just to mention that in terms of ICT, Colombia is a network neutrality. That means that we don't have any biases related in terms of technology, in terms of providers. Is also we have a market and we have is more a policy related with what is the kind of standards, the kind of cybersecurity, the kind of the conditions that we need to provide for citizens, and that is the standard that we have in the country. We don't have any particular biases related with the technology from different countries. In terms of the presence here in Colombia, yes, the Asian companies have a lot of presence in the country. They invest a lot in terms of infrastructure. They have a lot of investment in terms of the technologies companies, but also the American and European companies too.
We actually have 5 minutes left, and we have one very concrete question to Mr. Munoz. And it's not exactly on this topic, but I think it touches us very well. And so I hope we have the time for that, since we didn't have Mr. Lanier here. And this is, what are the main challenges of Colombia? It's from Zoran Psiord. I hope I pronounced the name rightly. What are the main challenges of Colombia regarding the peace agreement implementation? And how does digital technology, or can it actually contribute to that?
In terms of the peace agreement implementation, the results are under the table. Show that never before the country did more than now in terms of implementation, and we have been using technology in terms of the topics like cadastre, multi-propose, in how we can use the information, how we can use the technology for inclusion, how we can use the technology in terms of the gender equality, and that are the topics that we have been introducing with the team that work. That is not my area, is technology, and how we can use that topics in terms of the use the resources that they have in terms of in the rural areas, in terms of the economy, in terms of the training, in terms of the approach, the business. And that is the topic that we can say in that, is that we have been working a lot in terms of the use technology in every area, in every sector in the country. And that is the approach that we can have in that, is that Colombia have been working a lot in the implementation. We have been working and we have been putting all resources that are necessary in that process, and the technology is one of the supports that the team of the government has in terms of the implementation.
Well, we're almost at the end, and I had a question for all four of you, which are just two of you now, but I would still like to ask it as a kind of a final remark. Like, after all the complicated issues that we spoke about and all the obstacles that there are in the way, what is the best scenario in short term that Europe and LAC could strive for? What are the next steps that actually are in concrete reach, in your opinion? Whoever wants to start.
If you want, I think that what is really important is that we said before that Europe is clearly an important player and supporter of multilateralism. Latin American countries also, Colombia is an example of that. I think this debate of many of the debate have to be done at the level of the United Nations. That's a crucial one. The United Nations could be an institution that where this debate and this policy action and the dialogue between different standards and policies could be done. I don't say that it's going to be solved there, but the debate has to be done. That is very important, because if we leave this situation, each region by itself, this process could be don't be stopped, and it's going to be more radicalized technology, because the effect is not clearly neutral. And I think we think that the clear space to do that is United Nations. To have a debate on that it has to be done, and to be very realistic in the role of internet, human rights, cooperation, and so on. United Nations and ACLAC Of course, we are the basis for that debate. Taking clearly, that is important, I want to repeat, the important asymmetries in access to technology and different economic situation and access to intellectual property right, the impact of global warming and so on and so on. Taking this asymmetry on the terrain is important to have the debate, and this debate has to be done now, because if we don't take this multilateral action, it's a problem. Europe and Latin America has this DNA, has this capability. They have both regions have this will. This agreement signed now in Berlin could be the basis for that, but we have to put this agreement in the more global debate. That is crucial one.
Well, thank you very much. This is exactly the time we have. Thank you so much for staying with us, Mr. Cimoli, Mr. Munoz. Hope to talk to you again someday. And thank you very much to the audience for listening. And now I hand the data stream back to Mariana. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the participants of our first panel, Decoupling the Internet, Taking Sides or Chances. If any of you happen to miss a part of the discussion, we have prepared a wrap-up for you. In fact, each of today's panels will be followed by a graphic recording of the content that was discussed. And you can have a look at the summary of this panel up next here on this live stream. Our next panel begins at 1300 Berlin time, that's 1 p.m., but during the break until then, we have a very special program item for you also on this live stream, a virtual tour of the Center of Art and Media in the German city of Karlsruhe with a look at computer-generated artworks. You can find more information about this exhibit and also individual guided tours on our website. Just go to future-affairs.de. Just after the virtual guided tour, we're going to have another longer break followed by our second panel. That's entitled Building Resilience in Cybersecurity. Again, that panel begins at 1300, 1 p.m. Berlin time, so do make sure you join us then. So everyone, enjoy your break and the virtual guided tour, and we'll see you back again for panel 2.
Let me welcome you to the online exhibition Computable Incomputable that has been created in collaboration with the ZDF, Second German Television, and ZKM Center for Art and Media Karlsruhe. My name is Livia Nolasco-Rojas. I am a scientific associate at the ZKM Herzlabor, and I curated the exhibition together with my colleague Teresa Rezza, who will take over from me in the second half of the guided tour. So where we are exactly right now? We are in the digital art hall of the ZDF, which is a reaction to the pandemic, a platform that ZDF started this year, where exhibitions accommodated in 3D models of real exhibition spaces displaying reproductions of artworks were uploaded and are on display. So as you can see, there are currently 4 exhibitions, one of which is Computable Incomputable. But before we enter the exhibition, I would like to contextualize a little bit this attempt, because the digital art hall of ZDF hasn't been the only attempt of its kind. Earlier this year, all of a sudden, museums and exhibition spaces were obliged to emphasize their online presence and invent formats practically overnight to stay in touch with their audiences and communities. Thus, one could name countless examples of virtual museum visits. Their proliferation in the first half of the year was absolutely unprecedented. But for this, the groundwork had been laid in the previous 3 decades. A great number of digital archives were created in the cultural field, and together with the enhancement of digital infrastructure, they provide a relatively solid ground for online exhibition visits. And exactly at this point did we start the collaboration with ZDF, where these highly sophisticated digital tools were fortunately already in our hands, or at our hands, and generally at the hands of art educators and curators. At least in the global north, where stable internet connection and access to personal computers and smartphones is relatively ubiquitous. The lockdown just accelerated this process of digitization, which is going on from the early 90s in the museum context. And despite the various negative effects of the lockdowns, it might be that the pandemic will prove to be a portal, a gateway between one world and the next, as Arundhati Roy described it in an article that was published earlier this year. So in the context of art mediation, one could say that the unique presence of an artwork temporarily retrogressed. And if this interim condition will have a long-lasting effect on the general approach to visual arts, then the lockdown truly functioned as a portal and accelerated the development of intangible museum infrastructures that rely on the internet and the ubiquity of computing and, as mentioned, decades of digitization work. So at this point, we can enter the exhibition. And here we are in the 3D model of one of the exhibition halls of the Center of Art and Media in Karlsruhe. This 3D model, so the 3D model of the building was taken as a point of departure, as well as the collection of the ZKM, which focuses on media art, an art form defined by the medium with which it is created, distributed, and received. The apparatuses created by computer-related disciplines emerging through the second half of the 20th century, such as automata studies, cybernetics, information and communication technologies, and artificial intelligence, have gradually expanded the definition of media and made a computer one of the most important tools and media for the visual arts. The majority of the artworks featured in the exhibition are part of the ZKM collection, and all of them are computer-based. They generally do not possess a body. In other words, they do not have actual physical volume. Some of them were created already for the internet, for browser-based viewing. Hence, in museums, these works are torn out from their natural habitat, one could say, when they are displayed on a screen in the exhibition space. But here we had the chance to show net-based artworks in a browser. So in the end, they are back where they belong and where they should be on view. Maybe I will just enter the space to show you one of these artworks that were created to a browser, for a browser. So as you can see here, a website is being visited through the online exhibition, through the virtual tour. And this is a web-based work we see from Raphael Rosendahl, entitled Neo Geo City. So if the artworks do not have their own physical body that could be placed in the 3D model of the exhibition space, what digital objects could represent them? That was the main question in the beginning of creating this exhibition. And to answer this question, we would need to go back in time and to go to the very beginning of the concept creation for the exhibition, which idea is rooted in the theory of the greatest pioneering computer scientists, who attempted to describe the word as programmable ultimately as a computer. I'm talking about Konrad Zuse, who described the universe as a large cellular automaton back in 1969. In his opinion, it is imaginable as a discrete computational system composed of cells that evolve following preset rules by considering the states of other cells in their locality. So cellular automata can compute functions and solve algorithmic problems. So to give a short and very simplified definition to cellular automata, they are computational models that are typically represented by a grid with values. These are the cells. And a cell is a particular location on a grid with a value. Like a cell on a spreadsheet, you would see in an Excel sheet. Each cell in the grid evolves based on its neighbors and a certain rule. The rule is applied to an initial condition and evolves in time. The digital objects we see levitating in the digital copy of the atrium of one of the atriums of the ZKM are bodies generated by cellular automata. These objects were not drawn, not scanned, or not modeled, but emerged from one of the rules which define 2 dimensions of the various cellular automata, while the 3rd dimension of them is defined by time. Obviously, such objects couldn't be realized without a helping hand of a programmer who was one of our colleagues in this case, Christian Lurkes, who created and actually generated these digital objects which define the primary level of the exhibition. They do not only define the primary level of the primary visual level of the exhibition, but lend bodies to the software-based born digital artworks in a space that is obviously a simulation of a physical space. Thus, the exhibition is neither a copy nor a completely digitally created entity, but rather a bit of both. It's a hybrid of the two words. As I mentioned, the exhibition was inspired by the theoretical work of Konrad Zuse and his hypothesis called the calculating space or rechnender Raum. And it can model the universe as a combination of many small computers. And these many small computers are actually the little automata. These might add up to one large computer, which is a conglomerate of many automata. But Zuse didn't only develop theories of computation, he contributed greatly to the development of calculating machines. One of his creations, the Z22, the Z22 computer, is the oldest still fully functional and faithfully preserved tube computer in the world, which is currently exactly in this atrium, which is depicted digitally here in this exhibition. So if we navigate through the exhibition, we will find cellular automata that is dedicated to the Zuse 22 computer. Exactly, there are pictures of the computer here, which is on view at the ZKM, but of course, if you are at the ZKM, you are not able to look inside and see the guts of the machine, which are depicted here. So the computer was in 61 and 62 installed at the University of Applied Sciences in Karlsruhe. And in 2004, the ZKM took it over on a permanent loan. Before that, actually the computer was developed in 1955, and in 1957, the Konrad Zuse AG published it, and it was used in particular in business administration, civil engineering, or electrical engineering, ballistics, even aerodynamics, and nuclear reactor construction or mining. The Z22 was the 7th computer model built by Konrad Zuse, and it is considered the first functional, program-controlled, and freely programmable computer in binary floating point calculation. Zuse's first thoughts on the principles for the construction of new types of computer systems, which we now call computers, were already made in 1943. Actually, what we see now, the different images of the Z22 is the only industrial artifact we featured in the exhibition, All the other automata represent artworks that can be approached thematically or in a chronological order. So let's get back to the actual view of the exhibition. And also let me draw your attention to the thematic and chronological guides that can be found in the exhibition space. They are maybe not so easy to find. They are written on the floor. But if you click on them, you can see texts describing and contextualizing the different artworks regarding their genealogy, let's say, so their historical embeddedness, as well as their thematical direction, whether they are more related to the topic of calculating space or the incalculability of the self, as we call this. So the chronological guided tour is here. And actually, in both cases, but mostly in relation to the chronology, we realize that contextualization is inevitable in an exhibition where computer-based works from the 60s till nowadays are represented. Regardless of the decade, all the featured artworks investigate the tool they are working with. This is the common ground of them. And they reflect the question of computability as well. For Konrad Zuse and many other computer scientists, it seemed apparent that the universe and with it everything else is computable. Counter-arguments are numerous, though, so just as numerous as the ones in favor. Specifically, the question whether the self can be computed hasn't been answered in the affirmative, although the promise of artificial intelligence has been threatening to reproduce the thinking subject from the time the term was coined in the 1950s. Despite the fact that current computers are unable to simulate human thought, and so the self as yet remains incomputable, this recognition has functioned as a powerful stimulant for speculative fiction, and many of the artworks featuring the exhibition are based on one or another aspect of this broad topic. On the other hand, simulation and depiction of our surroundings in a binary manner, or one could say the creation of digital copies of the visible reality, is as important field as artificial intelligence. With the development of computation and graphical user interfaces, it turns out not only that reality can be described as a computational system, but that sets of computing executables can generate new virtual realities. This capability of computers has fascinated artists who have been exploring generative aesthetics for more than half a century to date. With the virtual exhibition, within the virtual exhibition, a recording of a virtual gallery space can be found. So let me just navigate through the space a little bit to find it. One could actually go through the entire atrium of the ZKM and can jump from place to place. But the white cube is exactly at the other end. So the White Cube is a work which was created in collaboration of Adam Broomberg and Guy Delancey with Brian O'Doherty together with the text of Brian O'Doherty on the White Cube, what he wrote in 1986. But in this context, especially in the computer-generated space, it sounds absolutely topical. So here, none of the laws that govern our daily lives might apply. Gravity, morality, bodily functions, geographic space, or chronological time. Like in this original text, Brian O'Doherty invites us to consider the architecture of the White Cube and by extension the moral, political, and economic codes embedded in the virtual worlds we now increasingly find ourselves living in. So I would like to finish my guided tour with showing this video to you. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will start the video.
Unshadowed, white, clean, artificial. The space is devoted to the technology of aesthetics. So windows are usually sealed off, walls are painted white, the ceiling becomes the source of light. Tombs are also designed to eliminate the awareness of the outside world. The essentially religious nature of the White Cube is most forcefully expressed by what it does to the humanity of anybody who enters it. One does not eat, drink, lie down, or sleep. One does not get ill, go mad, sing, dance, or make love. And so therefore it had possibly practical, not to say psychiatric possibilities, but it's an illusion of reality in which you walk and work, and so it is another world. A recurrent scene in sci-fi movies shows the Earth withdrawing from the spacecraft until it becomes a horizon, a beach ball, a grapefruit, a golf ball, a star. Space is not just where things happen. Things make space happen. I'll take you home again, Kathleen, across the ocean wide and wide, to where your heart has ever been, when first you were my bonny bride. The roses all have left your cheek, blah, blah.
Welcome to Future Affairs.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break and also our program so far. It's now my pleasure to introduce Panel 2, Building Resilience in Cybersecurity. We'll be examining what a holistic approach to resilience in cyberspace could look like, and once again with an outstanding panel. But before we get started, another reminder to all of you joining us virtually, we still want you to participate in the conversation, so do send us your questions and your comments. We've made it super easy for you to do that. Just go to the Q&A form on our website, future-affairs.de, and then you can take part in all of the panel discussions, or you can also use the hashtag FUTAF20 on the Republica social media channels. This panel will be moderated by Nathalie van Remdonk. She's an associate analyst at the European Union Institute for Security Studies, or the EUISS. And Nathalie will also be introducing all of the panelists individually. So Nathalie, I'm very pleased to hand over to you, and I wish everyone a fantastic discussion.
Are cyber threats the new geopolitical power instruments? How can resilience policies restrain dangers and pave the way for a more stable, interconnected cyberspace? How can Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe cooperate more closely to strengthen cybersecurity resilience? And which role can measures like interregional risk assessment, adaptation, information sharing, and coordination play? Building resilience in cybersecurity.
Thank you, Mariana, and welcome everyone for joining us at the panel talk on building resilience in cybersecurity at the Future Affairs event on decoupling the internet. I'm very pleased to be moderating this discussion today, and I would like to welcome also all the ministers who are attending this panel virtually. Today, we'll be discussing global collaborations on cyber resilience and what that means in the current state of geopolitics and rivalries that threaten to decouple the internet. Now, Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe have made progress in countering global cybersecurity threats by bolstering cybersecurity resilience. And several resilience policies have provided a solid base for cybersecurity policy instruments like national cybersecurity strategies, certifications, minimum standards, transparency requirements, and global dialogues on technical standards and norms for responsible state behavior. On this panel, we managed to unite an extremely good cast of cybersecurity resilience experts from both regions to analyze policies and instruments already in place and also explore ways forward for interregional resilience collaboration in the current climate. Now, I will briefly introduce my speakers for today. First up, we will have Luiz Marie Hurel, who is a researcher at the Igarapi Institute in Brazil. She has done extensive cybersecurity policy research on Brazil and the Latin American region, and is currently pursuing her PhD at the London School of Economics. She is currently doing her PhD on technical security expertise, cybersecurity governance, and internet response. Luiz Marie is also a member of the advisory board at the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise and the Carnegie Endowment Partnership for Countering Influence Operations. Next up, we will be having Agnieszka Rysbicka from the EAS. Agnieszka is a cybersecurity expert who has worked in the Polish and German administration for over 14 years. She is currently delegated to the European External Action Service in the cybersecurity sector of the Security and Defense Policy Division. Agnieszka was also involved in the implementation process of the NIS directive, and she is the co-author of the Polish first cybersecurity strategy. After that, we will be hearing from Michelle Ribeirão. She is an InfoSec professional with more than 20 years experience in the field and is currently the CIO of SpiritSec, a cybersecurity consultancy. Michelle has dedicated the past years to research the intersection of international security and technology after pursuing her master's degree in international studies and diplomacy at the SOAS University in London. She was selected as one of the future leaders in cybersecurity by the FP magazine and the Harvard Belfer Center Cybersecurity Project. And last but not least, we will hear from Annegret Ben Dijk. Annegret is a senior researcher at the SWP, the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Annegret is the deputy head of the research division on EU-Europe at the SWP, and her current research interests include digital geopolitics, EU cyber diplomacy, EU cybersecurity law, and EU cyber defense. After we hear these speakers, you will have the opportunity to also ask some questions. So don't forget to fill in your questions at the Q&A form that is available on the website. Now, let's start off this discussion with a short statement in the theme of this panel on decoupling the internet. And I'm going to be asking a very provocative question that I would like our speakers to give a very short 2-minute max statement on what do you think will be the impact of a decoupled internet for the resilience of the internet? And I would like to hear from Louise Marie first.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just have to say it's a pleasure to be in an all-female panel discussing cybersecurity, and so I just want to echo that. So my approach on what's the impact of a decoupled internet is really, and the point that I want to raise here is that requires obviously further scrutiny, is what decoupling actually means for developing countries. So we see several different decisions, and just think of the 5G discussion as an example. For example, the UK Ofcom saying that we need to decouple, they need to actually withdraw all of the equipments from Huawei. What does that actually mean if a developing country actually takes that decision to take out specific elements of the infrastructure in the telecom infrastructure, let's say, in these countries? What's the economic impact? And most importantly, I feel that the greatest impacts that we will yet see is the impact in terms of internet access and the societies, and how we will be able to actually foster a future of digital transformation.
Thank you very much, Louise Marie, for your succinct answer, and also already posing a question that we will be treating on this panel. What exactly does it mean to decouple, and what does this impact on resilience? Agnieszka, could you give us a bit of a short statement on how you think decoupling would impact the resilience of the internet?
So first of all, let me start that the title is also about the chances. So I would like underline the element included in the title of this panel, which is about the chances. And this is how we look at this topic at the European Union level. As you know, the new European Commission is very much a geopolitical commission, is very interesting in digital topics, and digital topics is one of the pillars of the future development of the EU and European Union member states. This is why those priorities also are included in the strategic documents at EU level. Last summer, we agreed to launch the EU security strategy. Upcoming days, it's coming the new EU cybersecurity strategy. There is a lot of happening in the topic of cybersecurity, and more importantly, with reference to NIS directive, most probably you heard about also discussions on the new revised version of the NIS directive, which will contribute to the enhancement of the resilience level within the EU member states, but also, and very much so, will put attention to the cooperation with also third countries. This is particularly important in light of the new cybersecurity strategy that we see the cybersecurity topic as definitely a topic for the cooperation with our partners, where we understand that cybersecurity at EU level depends on the cybersecurity level also around the world. and that we are not alone, and to have effective but also very concrete and focused on actions. Cooperation is of key importance. And to conclude my first very introductory short statement, I would like to underline the factor of trust. So such a cooperation needs to be based on trust. So it is very important to have a very clear rules and a very clear statements at the beginning, so that both sides, the cooperating both sides, understand where we are, what we can expect from each other. And on this, we build the trust for the future cooperation. So I hope we can establish and we can strengthen already existing ties, but also establish the new ties, so that all of those work streams will contribute to the higher cybersecurity level within the EU, but also within the countries with whom we cooperate. Thank you so much, Natalie.
Thank you, Agnieszka, and thank you for already providing some provocative arguments on how resilience decoupling could also increase, be about chances, as long as we communicate well what that means and as long as we keep a trusted relationship on collaboration. Michelle, could you tell us how you see the impact of decoupling on the resilience of the internet?
Absolutely, and I have a very positive view about this. First, thank you so much for you all, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Although it's a challenging question, as I said, I have a positive view. On one hand, he can dismiss the power behind some actors that can fracture the internet, and maybe even the states can become a threat for the power of internet. But on the other hand, in the last decades, the internet shows that it is indeed a living mechanism made by a set of diverse actors, which give it some level of cyber resilience. Perhaps the challenge here is to work with governments and other agents to keep its open nature and to maintain efforts to improve collaboration, as my colleagues already said. This is why events like this is so important, and I really appreciate the work done by every person responsible for making it happen. Let's keep the collaboration to secure an open and resilient internet.
Thank you very much, Michelle, also on highlighting the need to keep an open internet, even if our states will seek a collaboration on this. Annegret, could you give us your view on the impact of decoupling on the resilience of the internet?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, and hello to all the panelists, and I'm glad to be part of your short-term notice. So my view on this is a decoupling of the internet will have, of course, an impact on the European positioning in this race. But I think it's not clear that really the European Union is really in the position to fight for its third way in cyberspace beyond the rivalry between the US and China. I think what is more likely, what will happen, is that we will see a new security dilemma in cyberspace because the technology race in artificial intelligence, I think, threatens to repeat this security dilemma as we have seen it in the nuclear age. And as in the past, technological development will develop out of a sense of threat. So moreover, artificial intelligence technology will become more and more offensive, sometimes warlike, and capacities and could thus be interpreted by other parties as a threat to their own security. So I think we should all do and put a lot of effort in this common endeavor that we will not see a decoupled internet and that we will still go for this idea of interdependence and that we will not consider this interdependence as a weaponized interdependence. And I think that is the way we have to go and we have to work for. As Agnieszka outlined, the EU is doing a lot to safeguard informational self-determination. in the information and cyberspace. But I think it cannot do it on its own. It has to find its partners, also in the South. And I think Brazil is here an interesting partner, but also at the same time, I think a very difficult partner, because all depends really on our democratic maturity we will find here in Europe, but also on the other side of the Atlantic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annegret. And I liked how you already highlighted that we need to keep interdependence, but that it shouldn't be weaponized. And I think this is a balancing exercise that will keep coming back into the discussion on resilience. Now, to maybe take a step back for our audience as well, I think it would be a good idea to discuss a bit what exactly resilience is. And I would like to ask Louise Marie to paint a bit of a better picture on how do we need to understand resilience compared to cybersecurity? And if you have the floor, then I would love to hear from your insights into Latin American regional cooperation on resilience, and specifically your experience with the incident response community and the non-state actor role on providing this resilience. And of course, you can also expand on your own statement on what the impact of decoupling is on this. Louise Marie.
Yes, thank you very much, Natalie. I think we're off to a great start of the conversation. I think that's the $1 million question, right? Of what's the distinction when we think about conceptually even of the distinction between cyber resilience and cybersecurity. I would actually say that both of them are different parts of the spectrum of cybersecurity governance as a whole. So in the sense, there are specific elements in each that I'd like to highlight. And when we think about cybersecurity, it usually refers to the capacity or the ability of an organization or the government to actually respond and protect specific networks and the digital environments, so digital infrastructures, interconnected infrastructures. And it's also related not only to the capacity to respond, but to the practices and tools that are implemented to secure these networks, these infrastructures and systems. So on the other hand, the side of the cyber resilience is kind of this horizon of sustainability, I would even say, of actually resisting the attack. So if cybersecurity refers to this capacity and to the practices to actually secure the networks and infrastructures, cyber resilience actually refers to how these practices and capacities come together to actually maintain these interconnected systems, IT systems operational, and mitigate both technical and societal risks arising from both adversarial and non-adversarial threats. So when we think about cyber resilience, we're talking about elements such as preparedness, recovery, response. We're talking about the development of risk assessments. So think, for example, national cybersecurity strategies, for example, the latest one in Brazil, and the latest also cybersecurity strategy related to critical infrastructures in Brazil that was just approved this week. It talks about the necessity of establishing these risk assessments and sharing them across different government agencies. And another element is really like threat modeling. Resilience is a very interesting term. It's a term that has been kind of normalized within the cybersecurity field, especially on the private sector from the past few years. But I think it's very important because it reminds us again that security is not perfect, and we do need to make a threat modeling, and that comes very much to the core of how governments and both the private sector and non-state actors really need to see cybersecurity not as something that is finite, that it's just about the practices and capacities, but it's about how do you construct a strategic horizon where you can actually maintain that level of security. So just to kind of close up really quickly on this first point about the distinctions, I really think we need to have the conceptual discussion around that. And because obviously different countries frame it in different ways. But cyber resilience has become an increasingly, as I said, a term that has been echoed and re-echoed in tech reports, and governments are taking that more seriously as part of their own strategies and including, for example, certs as part of this cyber resilience. But I think we're using different, and governments use very interchangeably different terms such as cyber resilience, maturity, preparedness. They all kind of converse. And that is why I say it's not either cybersecurity or cyber resilience, or two different concepts. I feel they are part of a spectrum which is much larger, which is having the capacities to actually have different information sharing protocols, for example, between different government agencies. So it's about really maintaining those practices in the long term. So as I said, establishing that horizon. And when it comes to the incident response community and thinking about how it contributes to resilience in general, and how that actually happens in Latin America, well, I could just go on and on about that. But as a person that has been researching incident response communities, what I've noticed is that in the past few years, there is an increasing attention from states in the role of incident responders as part of this national cyber resilience, as I said. And moreover, this incident response capacity has become part of an international agenda of multilateral organizations. So the ITU, for example, the International Telecommunications Union, has developed a specific document related to that, has done capacity buildings in different countries to actually set up different certs. It has also become an important, having a CERT CERT is a computer emergency response team used interchangeably with CCERT. And so these CCERTs have also become an important indicator for national cyber capacities and maturity and cyber readiness assessments. And even more, sorry, CCERTs and incident response more generally, the capacity of incident response has become a topic of the international cybersecurity diplomacy agenda. So incident responders, they are basically what we would call the digital fire brigades, and they play a role in this national, regional, and international panorama of maintaining resilience. But what I would say, I would just like to bring 4 points, and I'll be very, very brief with them. So the first point with regards to that and how it contributes to this, cross-cutting, multidimensional resilience framework globally in terms of cybersecurity is that first, they operate in terms of international networks of interpersonal trust. So the first CERT, for example, was established after the Morris worm in 1989. So the US government just said, well, we need to have a focal point to actually respond to these incidents that are starting to become more and more frequent. So they established the CERT. And then in 1997, Brazil established its CERT. And over in the Asia Pacific, different CERTs started to emerge as well. Today, we have a network of more or less 500 CERTs that are both from the government, national CERTs, and private CERTs that are part of a global network of over at the Forum on Incident Response Teams. So this is kind of a different kind of resilience that we're talking about here. We're talking about a resilience that is based and based on the previous comments, we're talking about a different kind of trust. We're talking about this interpersonal trust that actually built an international network of people that are working to share information continually. And the second point that I'd like to make is that also, these CERTs, they create both they have created regional and national spaces for sharing this expertise and building these relationships. So it has become institutionalized in different ways. So aside from the first, which is the Forum on Incident Response Team that I mentioned, some other good examples, and just trying to bring the EU and Latin America relationship over here, is that in Europe we have the EU CCERT network, which is coordinated by ENISA, and more even so after the Cybersecurity Act last year. And we also have the TF CERT, which is also kind of a more informal network where different CCERTs interact. Over in Asia, we have the AP CERT, and over in the Americas, we have the CCERT Americas Network, which was established by the OAS, the Organization of American States, and also the LACNIC Forum, which has been, and the LACNIC is the Network Information Center over that coordinates LAC. And the forum, the LACNIC Forum, has a specific place where different CSIRTs throughout the region come together to share more informally their own perspectives and practices and best practices on what they have been doing. Again, talking about CERTs as an institutional kind of model is one thing, as a prerequisite for cybersecurity resilience is one thing, but we always have to bear in mind that resilience is also kind of learned and implemented and strengthened at the national level. So the national level, the different threat landscapes, each country has to deal it with a very specific way. So CSIRTs are also kind of very specific in their capacities and what they can do. And a third point I'd like to make is just that CSIRTs have also been playing an increasing role, as I said, in international cyber diplomacy. On the one hand, what we see is references to the need to protect these CERTs and their capacity to respond to incidents and mitigate these threats in the United Nations Group of Governmental Experts resolutions, for example. And on the other hand, we also see a push towards the presence of these experts in negotiations such as the open-ended working group on cybersecurity over at the UN as well. So last year when there was the intersessional meeting, there were representatives from the technical community and from the CSIRT community more specifically over there. So that shows the necessity and the recognition from also policymakers and diplomats to understand that, yes, we need to have a conversation between how we see cybersecurity and how we plan our national cybersecurity strategies, for example, be it at the national or regional level, vis-a-vis the role and the practices that are already existing of these incident response communities. And the last thing that I would say is there are different, as I said, institutional arrangements over there. A CSIRT, while it is, national, for example, it is not equal across different countries. So amidst the challenging threat landscape, and depending on their institutional composition, the role of capacities among CSIRTs vary immensely. Some develop educational resources for the population. That is the case, for example, of the Brazilian CSIRT. And other cases, such as the National Computer Cybersecurity Center over in the UK or in Australia, they also develop educational resources, but it's actually positioned within, the intelligence agency or attached to the intelligence agency. So there are different kind of ways of going about incident response over here, but I don't want to take so much time. The last thing that I would say in terms of cooperation in Latin America, which I think it's a very important point for us to have like an overarching view of what has been done and what's being done among different countries in the region, is while one might argue that cybersecurity came in late in global and regional agendas, diplomatic agendas, that is not necessarily the case in Latin America. In 2003, for example, the United Nations passed their resolution on global cybersecurity, and in 2004, 1 year later, the OAS member states adopted a similar resolution that called for the establishment of a comprehensive inter-American strategy to combat threats to cybersecurity and create a multidimensional and multidisciplinary approach to a culture of cybersecurity. So we see these kind of alignments, these moments of international alignment where, the region is responding to kind of the global and vice versa. And what we've seen recently is that they've been playing a very important role, or being an important place for these kinds of conversations. In 2017, for example, the OAS member states established within CISTE their first CBM's working group. So they actually agreed in the past 2 years in 4 confidence building measures focused on cybersecurity. And that consists, for example, in establishing points of contact where they can actually share this information that is coming, let's say, from the CERT or from different parts of the government, and actually share that regionally if they're facing a similar challenge, so in order to actually build this trust. And I think these kinds of measures, CBMs, they are absolutely fundamental for thinking this strategic horizon of cyber resilience in the region. And also, the OAS has doing a lot of cyber capacity building in different countries. So think about the Cybersecurity Women Challenge. They have organized the Cybersecurity Symposium, bringing and networking different people from across the region. And I think this interpersonal trust also goes for that level. And knowing who to call when you have a problem, I think that's something that is often left unsaid. But that is what happens when you have a cyber attack. You need to know who you're calling within the government and outside the government. So these spaces are absolutely fundamental for bringing this kind of resilience in that particular form. And obviously, it has also hosted last year the UNGGE regional consultations, which I think it's also a very good best practice for a process that is, well, it's the first committee, so it's state-led and state-centric, but you did have organizations from both Europe and from Latin America there actually discussing and being part of different conversations in the room. So I think that's a good kind of example. And obviously, it's not just contained to the OAS, and I'll close with my last point, which is over in the Mercosur, for example, as a result of this Snowden revelations, the Mercosur established their meeting of data protection and information security authorities, which has been consistently meeting since 2014 with the purpose of strengthening privacy and data protection in the region. So I'll just end with that, and let's continue the conversation.
Thanks very much, Louise Marie, for a very broad view and also for taking us into understanding these concepts of cyber resilience in the broader cybersecurity context. I really liked your point on the need for constructing a strategic horizon. I think it was also good to get that perspective from incident responders as they are still seen as non-state actors, but they have such a broader role to play in protecting national security and protecting citizens. I think it's useful to go from this perspective to a more national, regional perspective in the EU. And you mentioned a few points already on the CSIRT cooperation group, but I would like to hear from Agnieszka a bit of a more policy-oriented perspective. How does European policy actually contribute to cyber resilience? Can you paint me a bit of a broader perspective on this topic? And then while you have the floor, I think it would also be interesting to see where you think the EU's cooperation with Latin America on resilience is going, and especially in the framework of a global cyber resilience framework. And if you still have some time, it would be interesting to get a bit of a view on this question of the interdependence versus the weaponizing interdependence, how the EU would need to see this type of balance. Agnieszka.
Thank you so much, Natalie. This is a really very serious set of questions, but thank you for that. It makes the answer a bit easier. And I wanted whatsoever refer to some of the statements of the speakers from their introductory part, especially about this weaponizing element, which was mentioned by Annegret, with which I disagree. And I disagree with a very practical point. The EU and also supported by the member states, our goal in cybersecurity is not to focus on offensive measures. We first of all think about the resilience as preventing the possibility of any conflict. So that is why the EU since years support the framework for preventing any conflict of cyberspace, of building the responsible state behavior in cyberspace. That is why we also are very much engaged in the work of OECE on confidence building measures. It was mentioned a lot of work done by OES, Organization of American States, and we contribute to the development of confidence building measures and of their practical implementations via OECE. And I would like to underline this work because it's really very important. Such a very simple, maybe measure that establishing what Louise Marie was mentioning, the points of contact, is of crucial importance. And without this, the cooperation does not exist. But also the elements that for incident responder are of crucial of a crucial importance, like preparedness, recovery, response. For all of them, the element that I mentioned at the very beginning plays a very important role, which is trust. This cooperation and the level of cooperation, the deepness of the amount of information that they share, everything depends on the trust between the members of the community. And this is not without the reason, because of course, the more you cooperate with the partners, the better trust level you can build between each other. And also, I not without the reason mentioned the NIS directive, and it comes back also in the other speaker statements, because NIS directive, Network and Security Information Directive, which was agreed in 2016, is still under implementation in the member states. I mean about the practical side, because if it comes to the laws implementing the directive, they already are in place. But one side is the legislation, the other side is the practical implementation of the provisions which are included in NIS directive. And taking into account this work, this practical implementations, this is the reason why the member states, together with the Commission, decided to also invest the time and will invest it over the next months to negotiate the revision of the directive, because we want to have a response to the threats, to the incident as up to date as possible, and also to strengthen the cooperation between the different work streams within the EU and within the EU member states. This is why we are discussing, maybe some of you have heard it, a concept of joint cyber unit, which could be a platform of cooperation of different work streams, and which could help facilitate and strengthen information sharing and threat analysis in the future. But in my statement, I would like to also very much underline that the way how we perceive the future of cybersecurity is we are putting the glasses of multilateralism. So we very much see the cooperation with the partners as a key element. It's not the EU is self-sufficient. We are not an island, and we understand this. And this is why building partnerships, strategic partnerships, this is what I mentioned in the beginning, and those partnerships need to be based on a very concrete actions, not just, it's not about talking, it's about action. So we have quite very advanced discussions with some of the Latin American countries. With Brazil, for example, there is established framework of cooperation, which is EU-Brazil Cyber Dialogue. We do not have it with all Latin American countries. Brazil is the one with which we have it, but who knows, maybe in future we can have more Latin American countries on board. I know about a lot of job being done on, for example, in Chile, which is one of the champions in the region, and also takes care about the countries in the region. This is very important, because our goal is not only to have one champion in a region, we have to have all of us at as much as possible at the very similar level if it comes to the maturity, so that the reactions to any incident, to any malicious activities can be at the same level. Of course, everything needs time, and for that we are investing in capacity building programs, because we do not leave our partners alone. Our goal is to support the partners, because we understand that their security contributes to our security. This is how we see this approach. And to different communities. Cybersecurity does not happen by miracle. It is a cooperation of people, and people from different communities, from business, from government, from academia, from civil society. So all those groups have to be on board, so that we have a chance to build really long-standing resilience. Because, as I said, it's not about the legislation, it's about the people. And if you invest in people, if you invest in education, cybersecurity education, if you invest also in participation, and I would like to underline our today's panel in women participation in cyber, that brings and that contributes to resilience. So this is why we very much also in the new gender agenda put the attention on the participation of women in digital, in ICT. And maybe I will stop at this point so that I do not talk too much and we have a little bit more time for also exchanges with the others. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka, for your points. I think it was very interesting to hear a bit more zoomed out perspective indeed on the need for those confidence building measures, the need for trust. And thanks also for giving some very concrete examples of EU action in Latin America and partnerships. And I fully agree on the need for diversity, because only with diversity can we adapt properly to any incoming threats. Now, on the implementation of actions, I'm very curious to hear from Michelle, as you could bring us a bit more of a tech sector perspective. And as I understood correctly, you also have a case study from fintech diplomacy to show us how resilience collaborations work and how information sharing and risk assessment is being done. So Michelle, by all means, have the floor.
Thank you, Natalie. And it's a very good moment to talk on the role of private actors to construct this build between distrust between our countries. It's my belief. First, I have to ask to apologize because my English is not so sharp as it used to be when I lived in London. So I have prepared a written statement. It's my belief that he now should look to the future and improve states' cyber resilience to face the next frontier of our common digital vulnerability, our financial sector, especially now that the sector is living a revolution caused by fintech and open bank. Well, right after the end of the Cold War, Mary Kaldor brought us the concept of new wars, conflicts fought by new actors with new goals that are not entirely or directly political, financed by destruction of resources such as oil and gas, using fear as a method to dominate the population. As you can now imagine, data is the new digital gold. It's true that most of the malicious activity made inside the Latin America continent is conducted by non-state actors in the form of cybercrime. Nonetheless, it's important to keep in mind that the internet has no boundaries. So back to Kaldor analogy of new wars. As a state-sponsored threats in Eastern European and African countries in the 80s and 90s, criminals can use international actors and environments to finance their political activity. So this is why it's so important to construct the cyber resilience of the financial sector all around the world. It's not impossible to have an attack on the Brazilian financial system, for example, to finance conflict on other sides of the world. In recent years, the digital transformation process experienced by financial institutions has been noticeable, culminating in the evolution of financial services, which are increasingly digital. This digital dependence and interaction between systems and processes bring vulnerabilities to the financial stability, since the risk of failures of cyber attacks on this process can have systematic proportions. Although this is never really catastrophic, these events create direct and indirect costs for banks, and this really imposes on financial institutions and the need to mitigate risks. Well, the Latin America banking sector is relatively strong and profitable compared to the rest of the world. During the 2008 recession, Latin American economies were surprisingly resilient, growing around 3.8% in 2010 after a mere 2% contraction in 2009. Nonetheless, until 2006, less than half of the population of Latin America had access to a bank account or debit credit. Even fewer people had access to credit. In a region where micro, small, and medium enterprises make up to 90% of the private sector, financial inclusion for individuals and small business continues to be a significant challenge for economic development. To improve this scenario, Latin America is living a fintech revolution, with recent improvements in access to internet and technology driving this boom. The total volume of fintechs in Brazil grew almost 30% in the last year, according to the last edition of the Radar Fintech. While there has been considerable advances in financial technology in Latin America in the past 5 years, regulations regarding cyber resilience must be continued to improve. Considering Brazil in normative terms, security issues in the national finance systems are treated within the set regulations that now equation cyber risks to operational risks. But in this year annual report, the Brazilian Central Bank stated that there is a considerable margin to improve regarding the NIST framework functions, especially identification, detection, and answer to threats. Particularly in the level of outsourcing of information security services is significant, considering all the functions provided for the niches. Brazil has a high number of outsourced service for the financial system. So not all data is inside the financial institution. Most of this is outsourced, this what brings its own set of challenges. This is especially important with the arrival of Open Bank, a financial technology that allows the use of open APIs that enables banks and fintechs to build applications and serves to exchange data. Open Bank, of course, comes with its own set of cybersecurity challenges, and to reduce them, most of the organizations are looking to work with biometrics, which by its own has also a set of disadvantages regarding cyber resilience. The European Union created the Payment Service Directive 2 to regulate Open Bank. And in April 2009, the Central Bank of Brazil also approved its own Open Bank regulation, but it will be implemented gradually from November of this year to October of the next year. So there is a gap of 3 years between the two regulations. This brings us to EU instruments to improve collaboration. I really believe that here we have to work on fintech diplomacy, as we had cybersecurity diplomacy and data protection collaboration between the two continents. Now it's time for fintech diplomacy to improve financial service resilience as our next common goal. It's my understanding that he has to work more than the state level diplomacy. He have already initiatives such as the Cyber Lexicon and the Brazil Committee Operational Resilience Group, but he have to work on regional and non-governmental organization level. The British government already began to promote the country financial technology in African and Asian markets, for example. The same can be said of China. According to the IMF working paper, Fintech in Europe, Promises and Threats, 4 of the top 10 fintech companies in the world are from the People's Republic. And the fintech is at the heart of the digital Silk Road diplomacy in the Southeast Asia. So back to Latin America and Brazil, there is a set of organizations such as the Latin Fintech Hub, AB Fintechs, a Brazilian Fintech National Organization, the Fintech Lab, that can work together with actors in European countries to spread good practice of cyber resilience on this non-national level. As you could see, there is a lot of work to be done in the financial sector, especially on the fintech sector. And I believe we are just beginning this collaboration. To invest in financial cyber resilience framework, it's an effective and far-reaching strategy to strengthen the ability of cyberspace for everyone.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was a very interesting case of indeed seeing how the private sector can contribute to our resilience developments, and also seeing how digital progress comes about with new threats and vulnerabilities. I think it was very interesting how you explained this lead that the private sector kind of takes in tech diplomacy and establishing collaborations, but also the need for a good cross-pollination of states with private sector, and this type of collaboration can really bring about the much-needed resilience, and especially for the financial sector, which was first also to have an ISAC information sharing center. I think there's much hopeful progress and evolutions that could be pushed by the fintech sector. So thanks so much for this. Now, to bring it back to the general topic and to kind of look back on the politics of this whole discussion, we look at it on how politics is the understream of the discussion, but in the end, there's a huge geopolitical dimension that I would like Annegret to kind of give us a view on, because there is still this elephant in the room of a US-China rivalry on the technical sector, and how this influences any strategy any region would like to take. So, Annegret, could you kind of paint us as a picture how this impacts EU-Latin cooperation, but also EU and Latin resilience strategies?
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. First of all, I wanted to clarify that I'm really convinced that the EU is really playing a big and an important role in setting the agenda for trust building, but also for security and trust building in cyberspace. So don't get me wrong, Agnieszka, I'm really convinced that we need more supranational competences also for the External Action Service, because I think when, and this comes back to this term definition of what could resilience mean. And I'm convinced that resilience should be better understood as smart resilience, because when we are talking about resilience here in Europe, for example, it is really pretty based on our European values. And I think that our value system is changing under the conditions of digitalization. So freedom is becoming more, because, for example, in the past we have seen freedom as a positive attitude. So we refused any kind of collection of data. Now we are discussing, is it not good to have cameras around, for example, when we are entering ports, or when we are leaving our station and we are waiting for the next bus at our bus station. So all these values are now changing, and also security. Our understanding of security is changing. It is, I think, changing from a more classical hard power polity and politics to the way that we think more about critical infrastructure protection. And I think that has been mentioned a lot when we are talking about all the concrete measures that have been taken on both sides in Latin America, but also in Europe, to strengthen really our resiliency in critical infrastructure protection. But for me, when we are talking about resilience in security and cybersecurity, for me, it's really also about foresight, better foresight, better risk assessment, and being prepared in the sense of being more mobile. And this leads us also in Europe to the question, where should the competence lie when we are talking about cybersecurity in Europe? I think we will not be successful if this is only in the hand of the member states. I think it's a time now that we have really to talk about this digital sovereignty in Europe, which means that it implies more powers on the EU level for the Commission, but also for the Council, but also for the Parliament. Because I think what I'm observing when we are talking about cybersecurity, we are not any longer talking about the role of the legislative here in this process. And I think it's highly needed. and we should get more the European Parliament, also the national parliaments here stuffed and board when we are talking about cybersecurity. That is, I would like to mention because I think that is also crucial for the setting in this bigger picture of where do we stand in between or beyond this rivalry between the US and China. And for me, here, this idea of the Tech 12 comes in. So it was proposed that we should see a new tech alliance that follow more this idea of democratic multilateralism, so that we have techno-democracies. This is interesting because it relies and it promotes this idea there are preferred norms and values around the use of emerging technologies and preserve their competitive advantage in these key areas. Because I think it is clear that we will not be able to compete on a member state level, nor on the EU level alone, when we are confronted with a really a tech rivalry between big powers. Therefore, I think this idea of a techno-democracy alliance, I think, is a right way to go, because this allows us also, I think, to promote this idea, this really pretty European idea of digital self-information. And then that leads me also to this idea that we should go beyond this Internet Freedom League. We should take, in our eye, I think, a digital Schengen space, and that might also be open for new partners, these strategic partners, for example, as Brazil is, or other states in Latin America. But I think we should, for this, we should agree on basic principles. And that is absolutely crucial, I think, that it is linked to this idea of sustainability, that it is linked to this idea of social responsibility, that it is linked to idea of critical infrastructure protection in a good sense, that it is linked that we do not spy on each other in this so-called digital Schengen or techno-democracy alliance, because otherwise, if we do not have this confidence building and cooperation promoting measures, I think we are not in the position really to compete and to tackle these challenges we are facing. That is, for me, really very, very crucial. And this is directly linked to the question of what role do the private sector, but also the role of academia play in this multi-stakeholder process. I think that Milton Miller has emphasized this rightly, that there's no guarantee that the measures of increased internet censorship, for example, pursued by Russia or China through deep packet inspection or banning VPNs will not be imitated by individual European member states, for example, or by other states in Latin America. So we have to prevent this and to define this as precondition to be part of this alliance. Furthermore, I think that the current practice of multi-stakeholder governance is rightly criticized for being misused by large digital corporations as an instrument for globalizing their own interests and technical standards. So in the future, the EU will have to be equipped with more of these supranational competences so that it can pay even greater attention to ensuring that important institutions such as ICANN or the IGF or the IETF meet these requirements of inclusive participation and integrate trade unions, representatives of independent science and organized civil society. I think that is really crucial when we are talking about resilience, because resiliency is not only security, it is flanked also by other values that really strengthens this idea of digital self-information. Thank you.
All right, Annegret, thank you very much. And thank you for my four panelists for your great insights. We will move on to some questions, and people can still submit any questions they have via the website, via the Q&A. And I will also kind of give Agnieszka the possibility to respond to Annegret's idea of an alliance of tech democracies and a digital Schengen space. And it boils also into a question that we received from Geraldine de Bastion, asking if data sovereignty and this whole concept of data localization and the infrastructure project of Gaia X, how you see that being a part of the European cybersecurity and resilience strategy. Agnieszka.
Thank you so much, Natalie, and I am really grateful that I am in a panel with such a great experts. Thank you so much. I am referring to Annegret much often because some of the sentences, they just evoke and pop out in my mind the different responses. That's why I am very often referring to what Annegret is saying, and I would like to underline that what is really important and what Annegret also underlined in her statement are the values. So for EU, always a condition, I don't want to actually use it in a form of condition, but what is really important for cooperation with external partners is our set of values, is our attachment to human rights and fundamental freedoms, is our rules to protect privacy, to protect personal data. We will be always putting those principles as a key elements for cooperation. And let me take the example of a 5G toolbox. If you were following the EU approach towards 5G discussion, it is a very objective approach. It does not include any subjective elements. It is based on risk assessment, and it is based on measures to fight those risks. And those measures are not only on technical nature, but they also take into account the non-technical elements, such as, for example, the treatment of and the approach towards the human rights in the country. So it shows that the EU also in its outreach to the external partners very much underline the principles which are of key importance that I mentioned. That means privacy, data protection, and let me also refer to what Annegret said about EU third way, that EU cannot afford itself to for decoupling. We are not going into this direction. As I said, we are not an island. The third way that sometimes is defined as a third way, the EU approach, means that we, being aware of still existing weaknesses also in EU, will be investing a lot of money of building capabilities in EU, but also capabilities of our partners, so that we can be better prepared and in a more effective way react to incidents or to the threats. And I will finish at this, but would like to also refer to the work of empowering the multi-stakeholder approach. Germany is one of the country that is leading on one of the recommendations from United Nations Secretary General Guterres on digital cooperation, and Germany is in the lead for IGF, so Internet Governance Forum, and making it more effective and empower it more to allow them to work more effectively. EU very much supports this work, and this shows also to which priorities we very much are attached, which we support in practical action through practical doing. Then the question about geolocalization, I think it is quite clear that we do not support it with the reference of to the project of Gaia. I'm sorry, Natalie, you have to repeat the question because I already forgot it. It was quite long. What was the question about the Gaia?
No, the question was just since there are talks of data sovereignty, if you see Gaia X in the same context, and as you say, like it's not really the way that the EU sees the localization, but what role does Gaia X then actually plays in cybersecurity resilience and security?
Yeah. So the discussion about the use of new technologies is always in the context of the human. So for EU, always the most important will be human-centric approach and ethics. So we just don't blindly follow the new technologies. Of course, it is about the innovation, but as equal important or even more important are human rights and the human in a center. So whatever we will be developing will be always referring to this principle. And Gaia X is one of the projects to build the capabilities of EU to be able to also respond in this area, to be able to provide innovative solutions based on the principles that I mentioned. So it is part of building the technological sovereignty, autonomy, there are different terms used, but all is about building capabilities to be more effective in response, and also to help our partners to be also capable to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agnieszka. We've gotten a few questions that I think would be interesting to hear from Louise Marie and Michelle, because Alexandra Paulus was asking if you could maybe list 3 concrete activities, maybe less as well, that you would like to see in the next 3 years in EU-LAC collaboration. And to add to this question, I thought it was an interesting point. How can we make sure that this collaboration in itself is resilient to disruption, to geopolitical rivalries, and how can we make this collaboration more resilient and institutionalized? So I think, who would like to go first?
Louise, please.
Louise, if you will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was like, okay, just one second, like the strategic future of EU-LAC cooperation. Just kidding. But what I was going to say is that, when it comes to EU-LAC collaboration, I think we already have a lot of interesting avenues that are open, and I think Agnieszka already talked about that. And one thing that I would highlight that we can further strengthen is the EU-Brazil cyber dialogue, for example. I think that is a very interesting case that was mentioned previously, but that does require, that is a best practice in terms of like building a strategic relationship between the EU and one of the countries in Latin America. I think there is space over there to kind of enhance that, not only when it comes to the digital agenda discussions, but also like specifically focusing on cybersecurity cooperation. One example that we had last year was as part of this EU-Brazil cyber dialogues was a track 1.5 discussion over in the Itamaraty Palace in Rio de Janeiro. And I think that is one very good example of how different experts, both state and non-state actors, come together in these forums to actually discuss very specific elements of state responsible behavior, responsible state behavior in cyberspace, thinking about confidence building measures, thinking about how to advance in capacity building in both countries. I think there are many avenues that are not necessarily just, as I said, government and state centric, but that really can include, so how do we actually share best practices between different parts of academia in consolidating knowledge about what kinds of policies in terms of cybersecurity are being developed. For example, the EU Cyber Direct has been doing such a great job in just compiling all of that data. So how do we bring that and how do we cross-pollinate? So for example, over at Igarape, we're actually building a repository of cyber cybersecurity policies, institutions, and legislations that have been approved in the country to actually make them more accessible. I think these are kind of like very concrete things that we can advance and that can feed into the efforts of building capacities, of building confidence, because one of the things that we're talking about here is really about this cross-pollination. So I think I wouldn't say like 3 different topics, but definitely these are kind of the things that are already there and that we can further leverage and just build on that. And I think that could go for different countries across the region. So think about, Chile, Colombia, Uruguay, which is a country that has a very interesting perspective to cybersecurity. They, for example, don't have a specific cybersecurity strategy, but they do have cybersecurity as part of their digital transformation strategy. And that is a different kind of approach to cybersecurity in a different part of the government. And these kind of positionalities create new avenues for specific dialogues, which I think are very much aligned with what the EU has been doing for the past few years. But just allow me to make one comment on the excellent remarks from Annegret with regard specifically when she talked about internet censorship, that it will not necessarily, we don't have guarantees necessarily that will not be imitated by other countries that are perhaps not necessarily non-democratic, so democratic countries over here. And I think this is something that we've been seeing a lot in the the United States and China kind of disputes at the global level, specifically when we look at a project such as the Clean Network Initiative, which promises to actually take out Chinese investments and technologies from the different layers of the internet and from their IT kind of system. I think that is a very strong message, which I think if it was a let's say a non-democratic, I don't like the blunt distinctions, but like a non-democratic country actually saying that, we would be much more critical about these things. So what happens with, I think we're living in a moment where we're seeing these kind of very gray zones in terms of these positions and these attempts, not only in terms of concerns with data sovereignty, digital sovereignty, but also like in this case, the geopolitical aspect of cyber sovereignty. I know they're all kind of synonyms, but absolutely, when we see these kinds of things and these programs, we see very clearly that it depends a lot. Are we changing the kind of the conversation, the discourse around power, and shifting these? Who's actually doing the decoupling over here? And I think another thing, just to follow up on another comment on Müller, with regards to internet fragmentation, I think he brings a very interesting point, which he talks about the internet being unifragged. So the internet has always been unified and fragmented. So it has been fragmented at the technical level because, look at the autonomous systems and how they are actually, you need that kind of fragmentation at the technical level to make the internet resilient and actually make sure that you're not going to have downtime on a place and, just keep it going. But on the other hand, like fragmentation, when it goes to another level, such as that of let's take out a whole kind of market or just a country from our market, I think that sends a different kind of potential fragmentation or spillover effects that go way beyond what was intended. So just leave it there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Louise. And this was also a question that you kind of already answered now from someone from the audience asking how cybersecurity experts should navigate in this whole discussion on freedom of speech and this balkanization. And I think it's a difficult space to navigate. And I think that what you mentioned, the keeping this internet in the way that it functions optimally, unifragged, as resilient as possible, but also open to a certain flexibility is key to this. Michelle, I don't know if you still wanted to add something on this question of potential EU lack collaboration and priorities, or maybe if you have any ideas on how we can make the collaboration itself resilient from a tech perspective as well.
Sure, absolutely. I very much second Louis Marie opinions. But I'd like to stress that we have a strong opportunity to improve this resilience. I navigate the two space, the academic and political space, but my day-to-day jobs in the private sector, in the financial sector, and I see a bridge. A very lack between the two sides. I see this communication and collaboration going, but they don't reach the private sector. There is, of course, regulamentations and norms, but in our day-to-day, this doesn't resonate. So action that I would like to see in the next years is to see a more deeper collaboration between the two countries.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I think we could keep going on about this topic for hours and days. There's so much to still be explored, and I think we're all happy to see that it doesn't stick just to this panel, and that these discussions are being held at a UN level, at a regional level. And I would really like to thank my panelists for such great insights and discussion. And I hope we can continue this at another occasion. I would like to thank everyone attending this panel from a distance, a virtual distance. Hopefully we can see each other soon again in real life as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And many thanks also to Natalie van Remdok, to our guests on the panel, Building Resilience in Cybersecurity, for a fascinating discussion. In case you missed parts of this discussion, you will have a chance to review panel 2 through the graphic recording, which is coming up next on this live stream. And after that, we will have part 2 of the virtual tour of computer-generated artworks from the Center of Art and Media in the German city of Karlsruhe. You can get lots more information about this exhibit and also individual guided tours on our website. Just go to future-affairs.de. All right, everyone, following the virtual guided tour, we will again have another break, and then we'll be back at 3:30 p.m. Berlin time for our third and final panel of the day. That'll be on data protection and digital rights. So everyone, enjoy the break, and we look forward to seeing you here again at 3:30.
Hello, my name is Teresa Retzer. I'm the co-curator of the exhibition Computable Incomputable. In part 1, my colleague Livia Nolasco-Rochas spoke about the curatorial concept and the chronology of the digital exhibition, and I would like to present you the rest of the 9 works of art exhibited at the ZDF Digitale Kunsthalle. So I'm speaking about immersion in the theme of the digital artworks. As we heard before, Konrad Zuse thought that the universe can be described as a computer. And in fact, contemporary computers have not only the capacity to visualize virtual spaces and artificial selves, but they even generate realities that do not exist in physical space, and by that they create an extended reality. The idea of the digital mirror image of the self and its inherent potential for computability is taken up by various computer-based works of art that we are showing in this exhibition. One of these works is Flick KI by Daniel Heiss. Heiss developed a generative adversarial network that creates new faces based on a large dataset of portrait photos. The portraits were created by the photo booth Flick KA by Matthias Gomme and Peter Weibel that collected photos from over 50,000 visitors in the foyer of the ZKM for over 10 years. The hundreds of portraits served as training data for the algorithm that produces completely artificial photos from the combined characteristics of the photographed people. Heiss fed generator networks with these image data sets, which they try to imitate. As such programs are being optimized more and more, it is becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish computer-generated from photographic images. The subtitle of the work is Turing Test. Within the original display of the work at the ZKM Karlsruhe, the viewers ran through a Turing test as they were asked if the images were human or computer-generated. If the viewers could not distinguish the photos from the images and photos from each other, the machine has passed the test. Also, Kirsten Geisler reflects in the video installation Who Are You? On the fact that media suggests that technically reproduced images reflect reality. Two screens show a filmically reproduced version and a computer-generated image of a similar-looking young woman. Both versions of the woman ask themselves, "Who are you?" Here, the distinction between reality and image, between photographic copy and computer-generated image dissolves. The question, "Who are you?" shows that in our mediated world, reality and image cannot be clearly separated from each other. Instead of producing entirely machine-based and computer-generated selves, Kim Albrecht's work Hypercam deconstructs the conventional appearance of a photographically reproduced image and its surroundings. The work begins with Diades' examination of the US communication software Zoom, a program that allows users to hold video conferences with up to 1,000 people. Within the digital meetings, often held in closed rooms for hours, the participants become disembodied talking heads. By means of the software Hypercam, the picture of the participants can be abstracted drastically. By drawing the attention to the technical origin of the image, Hypercam reminds the users of the absence of the physical body, with the result that communication is reduced to phonetic language that focuses on the business only. The work confronts the artificiality of quarantine culture that's based on digital networks. As with new Photoshop plugins, users move sliders to find out how the program works. In the next work, the poet and writer Nanni Balestrini created a computer software to recombine poems, generating a source of poetry in 1961. In 2018, Daniel Heiss and Margit Rosen reconstructed Balestrini's software from 1961 at the ZKM Karlsruhe to reproduce this experiment on a contemporary computer. They wrote a new program that implements the 4 recombination rules defined by Balestrini, and they created a German version. In Balestrini's original work, he combined poems by other authors using a computer that generates a potentially infinite source of poetic verses. His algorithm recombined sentences and verses in a partly arbitrary and partly predetermined way. Here you can see one poem that was created by the new version of the work by Heiss and Rosen. Next to linguistic patterns, also mathematical formula has been visualized through computation, which can be seen in the work GFE 32NS by Vladimir Bonacic. As the title of the work suggests, the Galois field generator is part of a special computer located inside the object. The computer-based installation is similar to a screen consisting of a 32 by 32 grid of square aluminum tubes with light bulbs. An alterable clock sets the rhythm of the visual patterns. The rhythm of the patterns can be regulated by the viewer. Manual controls for starting, stopping, and controlling the speed, and for selecting specific patterns are located on the back of the object. In the net art piece, Neo Geo City by Raphael Rosendahl, visitors can virtually fly over a huge, colorful metropolis called Neo Geo City, which consists of monochrome cuboids of many sizes and colors. The visitors can move the cuboids in various directions. When they click on one, a grid model takes the cuboid's place. Neo Geo City expands infinitely in all directions. In Sandra Crisp's video, Perpetual Browse R2, visual realities of everyday life are endlessly transmitted on news channels and online portals overlap drastically. It shows that a computer is a tool to visualize alternative worlds and generate utopian visions, potentialities that can grow into fact.
Sorry, I didn't recognize that last item. Please try to rescan it. Thanks.
Beacon 210 meters. Steps. Beacon 20. Beacon 210 meters.
So you can watch the full video later online. The last work I'm going to present you is Cellular Automata Explorer by Ludger Brümmer and Benjamin Miller. Cellular automata are algorithms that can describe processes in the 2- or 3-dimensional space through relatively simple rules. They were developed by various mathematicians and scientists beginning in the 1940s. In his book, Game of Life, mathematician John Horton Conway defined a cellular automaton through which it is possible to simulate the processes of the development of populations of living beings. Conway's 2-dimensional automaton is effectively comprised of graph paper on which individual cells are placed. In their basic form, these cells can exist in one of 2 forms, living or dead. The state of each cell is determined by the neighboring cell that surrounds it. There are also starting conditions under which cells arbitrarily are defined as living or dead. Each of these cells then faces the following rules. A dead cell with exactly 3 living neighboring cells will be reborn in the next generation. So now we have to start the work and we can see what is happening to the cells. Next rule, living cells with fewer than 2 living neighbors die of loneliness in the next generation. A living cell with 2 or 3 living neighbors remains alive in the next generation. Living cells with more than 3 living neighbors die of overcrowding in the next generation. So please feel free to explore this work. Generally, cellular automata can be used both for visual processes and for the development of sounds. With the Cellular Automata Explorer, visitors can alter the rules of cellular automata, triggering compositional processes. So this was the last work of the exhibition, Computable Incomputable. So we have seen that digital realities increasingly define every layer of the world we inhabit and our identities, even if the complete calculability of the self remains a dream for the future. Yet, the exponential development of digital technologies calls for critical attitudes, capable of helping us to reflect on our social order and unlearn current biases in digital societies. So, I thank you very much for the attention and goodbye.
Welcome to Future Affairs.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now about to begin our third and final panel discussion on data protection and digital rights. We'll be looking at the current developments in the field of digital rights policy in the EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean. As in the previous two panel sessions, we'd like to invite all of our online viewers to be part of the conversation. So please send us your questions and comments on this panel using the Q&A form on our website, that's future-affairs.de, or you can also use the Republica's social media channels with the hashtag FUTAF20. Once again, we are looking forward to an outstanding panel lineup, and the individual speakers will be introduced by the panel moderator, Professor Dr. Eduardo Magrani. He's Vice President of the National Institute for Data Protection in Brazil. So welcome, Eduardo. Welcome to all of our panelists. We're looking forward to a fantastic conversation.
If data are the new fuel of global economy, how can foreign politics support citizens' digital rights and privacy in an ever more complex digital world? How can democracies and citizens as consumers be braced to face even more powerful digital data giants? What regional efforts to promote digital rights are unfolding in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe? What can both regions learn from each other to strengthen the enforcement of digital rights? Data protection and digital rights.
Hello, everyone. All of you very welcome. Just introducing myself briefly, I'm Eduardo Magrani. I'm the president of the National Institute for Data Protection in Brazil. I'm a postdoctor at the Technical University of Munich, affiliated at the Berkman Klein Center at Harvard University, and partner at Demarest law firm in Brazil. So be very welcome. Feel free to ask us questions. I'll be seeing all of them for our Q&A. I have a team of all-stars here with me in this afternoon. I have on the first hand Katitza Rodriguez. She's EFF's Policy Director for Global Privacy. We have also Emmanuel Letouze, Director and co-founder of DataPop Alliance. We have Stel Mazet, Senior Policy Analyst in Global Data Protection and Global Data Protection Lead at Access Now, and Eduardo Bertoni, Director of Argentinian National Access to Public Information Agency. As I said, it's an all-stars panel. I'm very, very glad to have you all on board. We're about to have a very productive conversation about data protection and digital rights, talking about the interfaces that we have between the European Union and what we have in Latin America nowadays. Instead of making like more introduction, I would just like to jump into our conversation in our discussion, starting to ask firstly, Stel, maybe as a kickstart about the European level, trying to think, for example, what GDPR is representing nowadays. What changed after GDPR? Because it got viral in many parts of the world, right? So I think it's a good starting point for us to, after 2 years of the GDPR getting into force in Europe, we have different feedbacks about how it's going, feedbacks from the European Commission in the latest report and some others as well. So in your perception, Stel, what does the GDPR represent in global data governance? What changed after GDPR? Because in many European countries, we have this privacy culture for a long time now. I'm based in Munich, in Germany right now, and Germany has privacy laws since the 70s, for example, and regulation of data protection officer for a long time. And just to cite a few examples. So in your perception, what does the GDPR represent nowadays, not only to Europe, but I would say globally? This is just a warm-up for us. And to each question, I would ask you to be limited to up to 10 minutes, if you can, just to keep everything on track in this moderation. So please, Tel, be very welcome once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for giving me the floor. I'll try to be brief and even maybe under 10 minutes to also test the perspective, since I will be presenting it from a European perspective, but I'll be curious to hear what others on the panel may be thinking. And I'll do my best also to try to see not just what it meant for Europe, but try to start talking about the global impact in particular, also with a focus on Latin America. So thanks again for this question and for the invitation. So as you mentioned, the General Data Protection Regulation for Europe was not necessarily a revolution in the sense that Europe has a long tradition of protecting personal data. We have had legislation in place and binding rules for more than 20 years now. We have been signatories also of the known Convention 108 from the Council of Europe, which is the only international treaty that protects data protection globally, which is also signed by a lot of countries in Latin America. And so for us, the GDPR was more an evolution to our data protection rules to the digital era. Our previous rules dated to the pre-internet era. It needed to be upgraded and it needed to be also given a little bit more teeth in terms of enforcement power and sanctions, so that to make sure that a digital actor would not only respect the rules, but also be deterred from committing data protection abuses. As you mentioned, there was a lot of talks when 2 years ago it finally entered into application. It's already been 4 years since the institution voted on it. And we're still seeing, and we definitely see the GDPR as a massive legislative success for Europe. It's clearly one of the flagship laws of the continent, one that has put Europe as a global leader in terms of regulation for the digital era, in the era of privacy. It's a legislation that is being not necessarily copied, but looked into where countries get inspiration from to learn from the good things, but also the bad things, or the things that are probably truly European and don't have to be replicated elsewhere because it's just part of our culture. But it has created this global dialogue for data protection. And I think we're at a stage where 2 years in, if we talk about norm setting, the GDPR has been extremely useful in creating this dialogue globally for global convergence. And in particular with Latin America, we truly see this convergence because we are both continent with a similar history in terms of our relationship to law and binding rules. Latin America also had a lot of ties with Europe, previous data protection law having so-called adequacy decisions where our norms were deemed to be equivalent. So what has happened in Europe has created a lot of debate in Latin America. We have also seen the recent development in Brazil and how countries are developing for the first time their stronger data protection law. So I think we're both part of this global convergence conversation. Now you alluded a little bit to it of like not everything is a clear success, and there is also different feedback on how this is going with the law. And recently we were discussing in an event in Brussels the sort of first few years, some of the feedback, and while the legislative side is a success, the enforcement side is a failure so far. And it's a failure not because there is an issue with the law, but there are a series of hurdles that makes the work of data protection authorities very complicated, a lack of resources, even though those have increased, but just the task they have ahead of them is so huge that they need even more resources. A lack of political commitment from the EU member states that have voted for these laws but are not putting the means or are putting barriers to their enforcement because of the complicated relationship with some of the large companies. And a failure also of enforcement because the GDPR created a new system that forces all EU regulators to work together, and this is
proving to be quite difficult. Even though they had the habit of meeting regularly, they now have to take a lot of time decision together. And here you can still see that even though we're one continent, there are differences in the way we understand certain norms and certain rules everywhere. And we're all interpreting also a new law. So all of this will take time. And we know we need to give it a little bit of patience. But I have to say that from the end user side, we've done our job a little bit in the sense that a lot of complaints have been brought. You know, we have new rights, we've used them, exercised them. There was a lot of enthusiasm when GDPR came about. And so now it needs to be translated into action. If not, we fear we will see a sort of return of a business as usual where data protection is considered as something in a compliance that you need to tick from time to time, but don't have to worry too much because regulator will not enforce, meaning that in practice, your rights will not be delivered. And we really need this enforcement to come for people's right to be protected, but also for more innovation based on privacy to be upgraded. And so this is perhaps the second part of the convergence discussion that needs to continue happening within forum like the Global Privacy Assembly and the different networks of DPAs to ensure that the difficulties that DPA may be facing also are discussed globally, that we learn from each other's experience, but also we really put the focus on it, because it's great if we have maybe one of the world's best data protection law, but if it's not being enforced, you know, it's a nice declaration we can put on the wall and that will be it. So I'll leave it there for introducing the discussion, but I look forward to hear what others may have to say about the GDPR and how they see it or how it may have influenced discussion in their own country.
Perfect, Stel. That was an excellent kickstart, and you gave me the right opportunity to take it back and to pass the word to our other panelists, taking the perspective of the enforcement. So as you said, the GDPR is a very important pillar on the European governance. But even though it's into force like 2 years already, we still lack some political commitments, as you mentioned, and also resources to foster data protection authorities, so on and so forth. But it was indeed a very important pillar worldwide, not only inside Europe, but for the whole world. It kind of got viral. So I'll take from there, from your excellent introduction, and I will ask Katitza and Emmanuel to a quick reaction about it, trying to explain for us what GDPR represents in Latin America so far, because many countries were heavily influenced by GDPR. But in what sense? How far they went in this kind of inspiration or mirroring GDPR? Is it the same? Does it have like still many gaps? And if it's different, in what sort of level? And also trying to address not only the role that GDPR represents and plays in Latin America, but also the question of enforcement. Because if we have a lack of enforcement in Europe, it wouldn't be different in Latin America. So when we talk about the importance or lack of enforcement, what kind of challenges are ahead of us? So please, if we can start with Katitza, be very welcome.
Eduardo, thank you for the kind invitation. It's my pleasure to be here with you all today. So in Latin America, we already have several laws, even before the GDPR, that have adopted data protection laws in Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and just most recently, after the GDPR, the adoption of the GDPR, we have certain laws like Brazil and Barbados that are inspired by the GDPR. And recently also Panama, which is a mix of the GDPR and the previous directive. So what I'm going to say, what I'm saying is that the data protection directive already have been very influential when it comes to drafting data protection laws in the region. Also, it comes because on our constitution, in certain constitutions, like in Mexico, data protection is a fundamental right. Some others have developed the right of data protection through the concept of habeas data, or also the Constitutional Tribunal, who are the maximum interpreters of the Constitution, have developed the right through that means. So Recently we have finished a comparative analysis of privacy and data protection laws in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Paraguay, Panama, and Peru. And we found that exactly there are two new laws, Barbados and Brazil, who are very in line with the GDPR or inspired by the GDPR. And that's a great, these are the most modern data protection laws in the region. But when it comes to data protection in the law enforcement context, like the European data protection, the European Police Directive, that trend hasn't migrated in Latin America as it is in Europe. We only have Mexico who have adopted a kind of law that deals with data protection in the context of law enforcement. There are bills in discussions, but they're not actually a trend, and we would like to see more of that. I think that is very important. Some of the developments in the European Union, especially after the Trump's decisions about the intersection of data protection and government access to data, will be very useful in Latin America. The principle of data minimization and purpose limitation in the data protection world correlates to the necessity, adequacy, and proportionality under international human rights law. They are very important to stop unrestricted access to data retention or massive data retention laws that we see in the in several countries. The idea that any personal data requires a legitimate basis, uphold the basic principle of legality and legitimate aim, to place limitations on government access to data. Law enforcement access to communication data must be clearly and precisely prescribed by law. No other legitimate basis is acceptable. So voluntary disclosures from companies to governments are not acceptable and need to be prescribed by law. Anyway, there's a lot of things in the intersection of data protection and government access to data that needs to be strengthened in the region. When it comes to the authority, the new data protection law in Brazil, and this is what the work that the local NGOs are doing, and I was reviewing their work also with Access Now, that there is a problem with the data protection authority in Brazil. First, it's under the control of the president. It doesn't have the same level of independence as, for instance, other regulatory agencies in the country. But in addition, some of the members on the committee have a military background. And this is very problematic in Latin American countries. I will talk later a little bit about the influence of the military in decision makings. So in Brazil, this is problematic, and I read maybe Estelle can talk a little bit about the work that they are doing, calling about the European Union to try to ensure that, the independence of the authority in that country. This is important because in Brazil, the DPA is responsible for the interpretation of the law and to apply the sanctions. So when it comes, for instance, as a concrete example, when it comes to companies' obligations to carry impact assessment of personal data, the GDPR, for instance, explained that data controllers should carry out impact assessments prior to high-risk processing of personal data and provide examples when such processing or such assessment must occur. But in Brazilian law, there's no clear prior obligation. The law only says that the data protection authority will determine when the controller will carry this impact assessment, when the processing may pose a high risk to fundamental rights. And so there is a lot of delegation in the data protection authority to interpret the law, because the law has less details than the GDPR. And so having an authority that is not independent, and that in addition of the independence is composed by people from the military, with military background, with little expertise on data protection, it's when it comes at the intersection of processing of personal data by public authorities, the DAPA will also be able to suggest the adoption of good practices. In countries where the rule of law, democracies are not as strong, this could be very concerning. We just see the scandal of Cortex, the use of the intelligence agencies' access of a database of license plate readers, combining it and cross-reference with employment data from another ministry and use it in a very disproportionate way. So that's why we need to ensure that these laws have teeth in both against companies, collections, protect our people's right against company collection of processing of data, but also against the use of databases by public authorities. And to finalize, a little just a matter of context. When it comes to intelligence agencies, many Latin American agencies were formed under military rules, usually born under military dictatorships. And within that legal, that period, some agencies were created and were created under conditions that were not the most transparent or the more democratic ones. There is also a lot of experience about the use of intelligence agencies in the region for presidential politics, to spy on dissident groups, opposition politicians, or independent journalists. We have seen it in Peru, we have seen it in Colombia, we have seen it even in Argentina. And most recently, we have seen that in Mexico and the use of this database of Cortex by the Ministry of Justice Integrated Operations Service. So we have concerns about also ensuring that the data protection toolkit apply to both, to also the government, the databases handled by public authorities. That's all.
Thank you very much, Katitza, for the always very insightful inputs. You brought us a very good panorama about what is happening in Latin America, in different countries. So thank you so much for that. So I would pass the word to Emmanuel, if he could react to this wide variety of very important topics that you brought up. So please, Emmanuel, be very welcome.
So first, I will do a quick sound and video check because the connection has been pretty unstable this morning on my end. So can you all hear and see me okay?
We can hear you well.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity. So I mean, I've actually learned a lot in the past 5 minutes. So thank you, Katitza, for the really good, succinct overview. I mean, so I and Data Pop Alliance have been working in on questions of data sharing, data usage in Latin America for about 6-7 years. And we also work in sub-Saharan Africa, and so I'm based in New York, but I'm French, and so when I think about those topics, I try also to do so in a sort of like comparative perspective. So so looking at and thinking about the extent and ways in which so the GDPR and its principles have an influence on the legal frameworks and the new emerging data strategies that we see in a lot of regions, so Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, as was just mentioned. So I think one first thing to that I want to stress and echo what was just said is that it's of course very difficult. I mean, it's impossible to disentangle the legal side from the whole context of these regions. And so in particular, I will say a few words about Latin America, but the same considerations and arguments obviously apply to Sub-Saharan Africa, to the MENA region, to Asia. And so in particular, yes, I mean, the fact that if we talk about politics, so the fact that, as was just mentioned, like, very forcefully and clearly, the history of military dictatorships in Latin America, I think, plays a big role in how citizens approach these questions, how groups approach these questions. So there is, in general, and that would be like my sort of like, outsider, insider perspective, and I'm happy to discuss and be corrected if I'm wrong, but I think there is a significant level of skepticism of large parts of the population, at least those who are aware of these debates, about attempts at collecting data, sharing data. These are regions where a lot of people, I mean, social media penetration is very high, cell phone penetration is very high, and so they're really, and there are lots of civil society organizations that work on these topics. So it's a very vibrant tech data ecosystem, and people are very tech and data savvy. But in general, they are worried and wary about surveillance. The other aspect is that it's a very diverse region, of course, and so in economic terms in particular, and so we mentioned so like the big economies of Colombia, of Chile, of Argentina, of Mexico, and a couple others, but there are very large differences in income, in levels of development, and of course that has that translates in lots of the areas, including in terms of the maturity of the legal frameworks and the more like general discussions. So in particular, when it comes to, I can give you one example of Colombia, where so we started working in Colombia in 2013-14, and Colombia is sort of like clearly one of the 2 or 3 countries at the avant-garde of these questions in Latin America. It's become an OECD country. It has tried to take into account, I would say, like that. So the GDPR for several years. There are, of course, big companies that are European companies that operate in Colombia. So Telefónica being one. But what we realized is that, very concretely, in running projects, sometimes there was a lot of uncertainty and there was a lot of unclarity of actually which legal framework applied, whether Colombian law was less, you would say, like stringent on questions of data protection and the role of data controllers. And so we found ourselves in very interesting discussions where, for a specific project, for example, we had lawyers involved, Colombian lawyers, French lawyers, and they discussed, and they couldn't really agree on, for example, a specific project was handling personal data, or if it were no longer personal data. And so those are like very fine kind of like legal debates. But it just stressed the fact that there is no yet, I think, clear legal frameworks, or maybe not enough understanding of what exactly which legal framework applies in which context. So it's also a question of maturation. It's also a question of I would say, like internal culture. But again, even in these companies or even with government institutions, there is still a great deal of, I would say, skepticism, resistance, fear. And there's also the fear, I think, the fear of corruption. There's the fear of being accused of mishandling of data or information, which I think is quite pervasive in several countries. And I will end by saying that, I mean, for me, there is the question of data use, and I think we'll come to that in the second part. But there is a tremendous value that can be produced by actually sharing and using data more and better in privacy-preserving ways in Latin America. And sometimes it's not personal data; it can be data between agencies, and that does not happen for a whole host of reasons: technological, technical, economic, cultural. But I think I would stress this question of culture, that there is a bit of in some countries a culture of secrecy. There is a culture of a bit of skepticism, and so we are right in this big question of the tension, like the tension between the EU, as recently as last week, is pushing for more data sharing. Sharing data information is good. It needs to flow. It needs to fuel better human systems. But at the same time, we know, especially that centralized models of data sharing are very risky from a privacy standpoint. And so my really last comment for now is that I think there's a need for citizens and civil society groups to be more involved, to be more aware. We sort of all know that, but even in Europe, it's difficult for citizens to actually have the time to just worry and care about those things and to really weigh in. And that's the spirit of the GDPR. It's not about, it is of course about data protection, but it is about privacy, and it's about privacy as agency, where people, data sets, need to have a say somehow, and the somehow is difficult, in how their and our data are used, and not just protected in silos, but used for like positive goals. And so I think that's the sort of the challenge of the next decade, to find that balance and the technological and governance systems that will enable this like safe data sharing.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I think that was a very good complement to Katita's inputs as well. Thank you so much for that. And your insights are being so good that are really facilitating my role as a moderator, because you are giving me just the right hints for me to pass the word. And I would just take from what you said about culture at one hand and citizens on the other. Many of you have been contributing to the field of digital rights for many years right now. You're already there. And I want to pass the word to Bertoni, because he's not an exception. He's contributing for many years right now. So a very good perspective in the region as well. So Bertoni, I would like to ask you exactly this. How do you think culture plays a role in what we are talking about right now concerning data protection, governance, enforcement? How do you perceive it in Latin America? If you think the pillar of general data protection bills, they can really empower citizens in that sense as like a human value as well. And how do you perceive culture as playing a role on that in the way citizens are absorbing these new regulations in Latin America, depending on the country, of course. And how do you relate it to enforcement in the region as well, comparing to what we are having in Europe right now? You're very welcome. I think your mic is muted. No? Not yet? Okay, so maybe while we check your mic on the backstage, maybe if someone wants to jump in and react to this question, trying to figure out, meanwhile, Bertoni, yes? No, not yet. Okay. So how culture plays a role also, not only in Latin America, but we are also facing it inside Europe. So inside Europe, we have different levels of enforcement when we compare countries like Spain, Germany, the UK, and Portugal. For example, we have like a huge gap when I perceive what is going on comparing Spain or France with Portugal. So how do you perceive this aspect of culture?
Now it's working.
Okay, good. Great. So
yes, it was a problem in my side because
no problem.
I mean, we are working in Zoom for several months, and when I jump from my computer to the iPad, sometimes it's a problem. Even though we did a very good technical, proof before, but these things happens. Sorry for that. That's my fault. So going back to your question, Eduardo, and thank you very much for this kind invitation. And it's a real pleasure for me to be with Estela and Katitza and also Eloy. I'm not sure if I'm going to touch the thing about the culture, but I think that this is a very broad thing, and I'm not sure if I am very well prepared to talk about the culture in Latin America. It's very usual that people think that Latin America is one country, it's a block, that we have the same culture, we have the same, and that is not the case. When we talk about Latin America, sometimes it's better to talk paying attention to the different countries. But let me mention some things that are related to what we were discussing. And for example, the first thing is the impact of the GDPR in Latin America. Of course, it's a very important impact, and I want to add some information or some things that took place in Latin America during the last years. For example, many people know that in Latin America we have what is called the Ibero-America network of data protection authorities. We try to emulate in some way, without the same teeth that they used to have, the working party of Article 29. Well, coming from or coming through the Ibero-American network, we approved a couple of years ago the Ibero-American standards for data protection, and those standards were very similar in some way to the GDPR. It was not a cut and paste, but they were very similar. And this is a document that has been used in many countries, including in my country, and I'm going to some explanation of what's going on in Argentina. We, as the data protection authorities, worked on a specific draft to change our law. Our law is coming from the year 2000, so it's an old law that has some problems. One of the problems is the amount of the fines that we can put, and I will talk on this at the end when I talk about enforcement as well, which is the other thing that we have been talking here. And we use in Argentina these Ibero-American standards to as an inspiration for this draft. Unfortunately, the draft was not discussed in the Congress during the past 2 years. So because of the rules of the Congress, this draft is not going to be discussed again soon. But the good news is that some legislators reintroduced a draft that is very similar to what we have been working, and that draft also have some similarities with GDPR. The same is going on in different countries. Katitza explained very well. Actually, in Chile, for example, Chile has been debating for a new data protection law for years, and we are waiting for the new data protection law in Chile for years, and they were paying attention very closely to the GDPR. Why is that important in our perspective? We really think, or I really think, that it's very difficult to protect, to defend digital rights, but particularly the right to privacy, if we don't have some sort of common standards around the globe. That is why it is important, the GDPR, in terms of the adequacy decision, and that is why it is important, for example, the Convention 108 Plus coming from the Council of Europe. Argentina is a state party of the Convention 108, and the Convention 108 Plus has been already signed by the former president of Argentina, and the new president of Argentina sent for ratification to the Congress. So, I mean, we need to, including in terms of enforcement, is very, very important to have this kind of common standards, cooperation, because it's really impossible to think that we are going to be effective in protecting data protection, privacy, digital rights, just in one country. It's for me that's impossible. The other thing is in terms of, and I'm going step by step going to the question about culture, what people cares more in Latin America when personal data is processed by the private companies or by the government. And that depends on the countries, and that depends globally, I might say, depends on the regions and depends on the countries. In some situations, people are very concerned when the government is, collecting data and using data more than when the private companies are doing that. And in other countries, in my perspective, it's what is happening is exactly the opposite. People don't care if the private sector collect data for processing, but they really have concerns when the governments are doing so. So, I mean, and this probably, yes, it is a cultural issue in Latin America. We are coming in many countries from dictatorships, from strong state surveillance, and that is why in some of our countries the concern is more concentrated in how the governments are using personal data than how the private sector is using personal data. But again, I cannot do a generalization of that. If you ask people in different countries, maybe you are going to receive different answers on that. So what we are doing as data protection authorities under these realities in terms of enforcement, when I can talk about my experience as the data protection authority in Argentina, particularly where during this year, this unusual year, because of the massive data collection of people with the goal to fight the pandemic, we were working very close to what the government is doing and also what the private sector is doing. We were given, for example, some recommendations when the government developed some applications related to the COVID-19. And in terms of law enforcement agency, I might say that we did two important decisions this year. Where one is that we sanctioned the federal police of Argentina because of a breach of security that it was not new, but at the end of the day, the Data Protection Authority in Argentina has the power to sanction the federal police, and we did that. And the other thing is that many people were, particularly activists, the civil society, were very concerned about a decision of the Ministry of Security to put in place what they call, I don't like really don't like the name, but it's like something like a cyber surveillance cyber surveillance protocol for the law enforcement agency. We intervened there, and we specifically request the suspension of the application of the protocol. And we are in discussion now with the Ministry of Security. Of course, we need the support of activist civil society for that goal. But this is what we were doing in terms of enforcement, if I may say. We have a lot of challenges for the future as data protection authorities as well. Again, in terms of enforcement. One is how we are going to control that the amount of data that has been collected because of COVID-19 will be erased, will not be used in the future. And this is something that I think that will be one of the bigger challenge for data protection authorities in the future, because it is possible to accept that the collection of data protection during this emergency is possible under the law, but what it is not possible to accept is that this amount of data is going to be used in the future when the pandemic, I hope, disappear. This is the challenge for the future. And to finish with your question, Eduardo, I mean, I think that one important thing in Latin America in general, in terms of culture, is to work more in the feeling of the people about the importance of protecting their personal data and their privacy. Why I'm saying that? We did a survey last year, and everybody responded that they care for their privacy. Everybody responded, not everybody, I'm generalizing, but a huge amount of people say that they care about the protection of their data, the protection of their privacy. This survey is published in our website. But the problem is when I put this apparently complete agreement in practical terms. We did not receive the nouns of people when they feel that their data protection or their personal data has been violated. We receive few denounce or complaints in our agency, and the same is going on with the courts. So I think that we need more there. We need more in terms of strengthen the idea that the data protection authorities have to be independent to do what we are doing, and the importance that people know that they have a body that can help to protect their rights. If it is not the data protection authorities, are the courts. But we need more in terms of cultural, change, more activism, in my view, coming from the people when they really feel that their data is not protected. Go to the courts, go to the data protection authorities if they really believe that this is important for them. And I stop there. Thank you.
Excellent, Bertoni. Thank you so much for your insightful inputs as well. And you gave us so much interesting information about standards, cooperation, the importance of us having like independent authorities. And I want to explore a bit more the approach about the culture. Of course, in different countries in Latin America, we cannot put all together, but it's important for us to discuss in each one what is happening. And I'll provoke Emmanuel, Katitza, and Stel to dig a bit deeper in this other perspective about culture, not only talking about data protection, but instead thinking about how data protection relates to digital rights. For example, I had the happiness to participate in the development of the Internet Bill of Rights in Brazil that was 12 years ago, building up this culture about digitalization in Brazil and how it's attached to human rights of the users as well, and many important principles like net neutrality, freedom of expression online, so on and so forth. So I would ask you to relate what we are discussing now with this idea of relating data protection to digital rights at one hand, but also trying to bring this cultural perspective, as Katitza mentioned about what is happening in Brazil, and that one I can speak for myself because this is where I come from, of course. Like what we are having with data protection authority that is linked to the presidency of the Republic. And our general data protection bill was meant to regulate also public entities, and it's linked to the intelligence agency. So how it's going to play out in Brazil, we are a bit concerned about it. So trying to tackle in different countries in Latin America. But I also want to bring back another point from Katitza that talked about criminal investigations, because it has like a clear interface with data protection. And coming back to Stel, trying to explain for us what are the impacts of the Max Schrems cases, for instance, where Europe sent a very clear message to the US in that case, but in one sense to the whole world, that the standard of data governance and the protection of the citizens must be maintained, even though we are talking about criminal investigations, as Katitza was mentioning, and even though we're talking about national intelligence agencies eager to investigate different things. The pillar of data governance has still to be maintained somehow. So the question to you three is, how do you perceive the culture playing a role in different countries concerning that, the protection of the citizens, but also in criminal investigations, the impact and messages upon the Max Schrems 2 cases? So let's start with Stel, please.
Thank you. I will address 3 points from what you just mentioned. First, this cultural approach, maybe from a year perspective. Then I want to re-up a little point linked to that on the independence of the Data Protection Authority and a little bit what we have experienced here, but link it to what's happening also in Latin America, and last, obviously, the Schrems. So first on the culture of understanding data protection and how it relates to digital rights. I think if you come from a European perspective, data protection is a full fundamental right in itself. For many countries, it's really, really linked to the right to privacy. It's also the case for us, but we have under the EU Charter, those two separate rights that reinforces each other, but at the same time also have their own legal framework. So the GDPR protects the right to data protection, and we have another framework that protects the right to privacy. And I think this is not only a strong message to reaffirm that data is a component of your privacy, of your private life, but it's not all of it. And at the same time that it has this fundamental importance because it's really about you, about who you are, and about protecting the core to yourself. And so when we have those discussions about even within Europe what data protection means, you do see a little bit of a difference, I think, culturally from countries who have suffered exploitation of their data historically, countries where governments try to exploit that information as well. So that's the case of Germany, of course, but France also in the 70s, and countries that have suffered dictatorship. But in other countries that were also under the Russian influence and under the Soviet Union, I think the sense of privacy and data protection is also really strong there. What sometimes we're missing is like not every country, not every European country will call it the same way. You know, you want to have a freedom to be left alone from the government. You want to make sure that no company shares back the information. And I think one point that Eduardo Bertoni was mentioning of like, you know, this attitude of sometimes you're more worried about the government or the company. It is a valid point, and it's also existing in Europe, but we need to make sure that actually data protection principle apply to both, to any entity. It doesn't matter if you're a public or private, like you can't infringe on those fundamental rights no matter what's your status. Obviously, there are certain reasons for which maybe on certain cases in Europe, like government can have access to more personal information because they needed to give you access to welfare system, et cetera, et cetera. But this still needs to be regulated and it cannot be a blank check. And that was tested for us during the COVID-19 crisis in Hungary, for instance, where the government decided to pull a full exception on data protection rights, saying that they would no longer apply the rights under GDPR because they needed to access data during the pandemic. And every other country in Europe were able to do that while still respecting GDPR. So that was not a valid argument. And here we started to see a little bit of the cracks of how much sometimes country wants to keep power and how much data protection is actually an important tool for people to remain in control of their life and of their rights in the digital era, and how data protection and privacy really are enabler to many other rights and many other fundamental rights. This question, what happened in Hungary, also showed us some of the cracks of the independence of our DPAs. Independence for us is something that needs to be guaranteed in statute, which can mean different things in different countries. It means usually you're named by one elected body, you're removed by another elected body, or you may be named by the head of state, but then there is more checks and balance that needs to be in place. But really what we saw during the crisis in Hungary on that case is that the DPA was defending the state, when its role is the DPA was not here to give excuses of why the state was doing this, but to investigate whether or not it was proportionate, which it didn't do. And so even having, those models in place, we were faced with an issue of guaranteeing independence, even in practice, is very difficult, which is why what's happening in Brazil for us is really, really worrying. And thanks, Katitza, for raising this up, because again, Brazil did a lot of effort in adopting a legislation that on paper is really great, but if you task the enforcement to a group of people who are more used to see privacy as an impediment and are always thinking with a surveillance and defense mindset and have very little expertise in protecting human rights, then they're not going to be the best place to protect people's rights in this situation, and they will have an interest to defend more the government interest of harvesting more information for surveillance purposes, and so the balance is completely shifted. So we wrote this letter to the body of global DPA, the Global Privacy Assembly, to the European Commission as well, and the Council of Europe, to ask them to really warn them of cooperation with the Brazilian DPA in that state, because we don't think it can be an independent authority given the link to the states, but also we don't think it's equipped to protect people. And so we're not saying don't talk to them, but we're saying actually engage with the government, knowing those shortcomings, and engage to change those, because it would be a missed opportunity if after so many years Brazil does so much work to develop a robust data protection authority that is actually put in a way that gives more control to the government rather than giving more control to people. It's about protecting people and empowering them. Which going into those surveillance question moves to the Schrems decision. And I think for us, the Schrems 2 decision was a confirmation of many years of jurisprudence from the court that surveillance harmed fundamental rights, and it also harmed businesses if you don't take it seriously enough. And so it was not a surprise for us that the court took the decision to invalidate the deal that used to allow data to flow freely between the EU and the US. The same thing happened 5 years ago. No reform happened. We knew we were going to be in the same situation. We understand those conversations are complicated because, as you mentioned, it touches the core of national security. Really tough question. You have to rethink the way you've done national security because it's gone too far and it's eroding privacy globally. But if you don't do that, you're not only going to impact fundamental rights of citizens in Europe, but also elsewhere, but you're also going to harm actually the way platform works, because the internet is built on free flow of information, and you're going to prevent this from happening because you're undermining the backbone of this economy. And so I understand the way that sometimes the US would want to portray this as an anti-American approach from the EU, but it's a value-based approach where we're reinforcing our rights, and it's also pushing for this global convergence and global conversation on privacy. It's not anti-US. We've taken the same decision against our own national security laws in France and in the UK even recently. Surveillance is an issue, and we need to have this conversation instead of trying to find political maneuvers around it. And this did not happen 5 years ago, and this is really what the next year actually needs to be about, a serious conversation of how much surveillance has been eroding privacy And if we don't have this, as Katica mentioned, we're going to have data protection law in the commercial sense, and then surveillance continue growing from the states. And this is not acceptable because they also feed from the harvesting practices for companies. So you can never have one without the other. The two needs to come together if we really want to have an internet and a global economy that is respecting, right, and empowering people. I'm going to conclude on that, but we keep hearing government and company telling us that we need to trust them and we need to fully trust the digital economy. We can't do that if we know all of them are surveilling us in one way or another. You can't ask for a trust. You need to demonstrate that we can trust you. And this needs to happen through robust privacy reform and through surveillance reform. If not, you're just going to be here 5 years from now talking about Trump 3.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this fantastic debate that you are providing. So I'll pass right away the word to Katica, please.
Okay, I'm going to talk about two issues, just the cultural approach to, and the second one just focus on the Trump's decisions.
Perfect. I would just ask you to be a little bit more brief for us to have that we are able to react to some Q&As, please.
Okay, cool. So on the cultural approach, just from a Latin American perspective, although there are many organizations working on this, data protection is in many constitutions a fundamental right. And when the Constitution hasn't recognized explicitly a fundamental right, the Constitutional Tribunal has done so, or we have the figure of habeas data. So I think that it's not a matter of culture. I think when it comes to a violation either of privacy or data protection, the user is affected and needs a right to redress and a way of also protecting their rights a priori. And that's why these two rights are complemented each other, either as an umbrella right or as two different rights, depending on the country. Like Eduardo said, we don't have a European Union. We don't have a regulation that every state has to comply. So what really is different in Latin America is that each country law differs a lot, country by country. Just to point out Colombia, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, they also have their adequacy standards. In the list of adequate countries are countries that are not adequate for the European Union. Like there are other free countries like Peru, Mexico, and Colombia, and in addition, and the United States. And the European Union hasn't granted an adequacy decision to Colombia either. So the standards differ very vastly. Now, going back to the case of the Trump's decision, I think this is great because one of the key fundamental principles that brought up the Trumps is that access to data on a generalized basis compromises the essence of fundamental rights. And they argue very well that the US law in NSA surveillance cannot provide that essential equivalent level of protection. And we see in Latin America many countries' laws that have this unrestricted access too. Like we have it there is a transparency report from Millicom Telefonica that says there are direct access to the servers in Colombia and in Central America. We have also a hacking team links that says that all the traffic from the fiber optic cables are passing through the US Embassy in Colombia. We also learned through the Snowden leaks that, for instance, the NSA is intercepting all the cell communications through a backdoor that they got from the DEA. They actually appear to have access, legally obtained that in cooperation with the US Drug Enforcement Agency to open a backdoor to spy on all the cell phone networks in that country. And this program about tapping on fiber optic cables is done abroad and is done in domestic countries. In many Latin American countries, there is this program from the NSA that is called Mystic. The Intercept has learned that it's used to monitor all the traffic also in Mexico. And it's used in all the countries that have more than 250 million of people. And so when it comes to government collection of data, when it comes to the NSA, when the NSA can do whatever they want when they are outside the US. So if data is stored in any country outside the United States, they have carte blanche for spying. And they are doing it a lot. This is some cases that are explaining, but they are also hacking on largest companies like Gemalto in the Netherlands to try to steal the encryption keys and then spy on all the internal computer networks of the companies. And this company, Gemalto, manufactures the chips of the SIM cards. By having the encryption keys, they can spy on the networks of all these carriers. And these carriers are around the world, in more than 450 companies around the world. So back to the point about the trends, they create this amazing opportunity to put restriction and teeth to these types of unrestricted access to data, either domestic, compelled by the government at the domestic level in several Latin American companies, but also by these onward transfers that can happen between the drug enforcement agency and the cooperation they have with local companies. There is a lot of programs about the drug enforcement agency in Latin America throughout the region. Just to conclude on this, I think that it's very important that we actually fix things, because the church decisions make at the core is that they want to protect fundamental rights, that unrestricted access violates human rights. And we hope that the EDPB come with solutions that actually try to solve the problem and not put band-aids that will not solve the problem, like compelling storing data in another country. Why? Because exactly that's what the NSA wants. The NSA wants they are free for all, no restrictions. And as we see with all the leaks, it's happening in most Latin American countries in alliance with the Drug Enforcement Agency. So there are many things that they are requiring that are very important. Like, for instance, the DPD come to compel companies to store data at rest, and that's great. That's actually effective method to protect the data. I think that we need to have a broader conversations, because this free-for-all spying is happening around the world, and I don't think even just data protection law will try to restrain it. We need that, but we need more to put teeth to all these intelligence agencies that are doing this in cooperation with private sector around the world. And I just
Thank you so much,
leave it that.
Go on. Yes. Thank you so much.
Also, this is my personal opinion, EFF opinion, but I'm not talking on behalf of anybody. Yeah.
For sure. We have roughly 5 minutes to conclude our session. So far, thank you so much for the very deep conversation that we're having here. And Katitza, thank you for your inputs. I think you're not only a great expert, but also visionary, because without knowing, you already addressed some of the questions that we have. So I'll pass the word to Emmanuel, but already addressing some of the questions that I have here on our Q&A. So I would ask you, for example, Geraldine question: recent calls against encrypted messenger services after terror attacks in Germany, how to balance civil liberties and the need for better information coordination. Katitza also addressed some of that. And how can civil society create checks and balances given lack of funding and other constraints? And then I'll have like a round of final comments, just very, very briefly, 1 minute each one, please. Please, Emmanuel. I think you're muted, sorry.
Of course, I'm muted. Sorry. Yeah, so I don't know where to start and end, but okay. So in 1 minute, yeah, I mean those things are very, very deeply cultural. In 2013, so I was in the U.S. when the Snowden revelations, came to light, and a lot of my friends around me, pretty, we would say, liberal, educated people didn't really see the problem with the surveillance activities, and so it's because there is a very powerful apparatus at play in the US still about convincing people that this is done for their own good. They have nothing to hide, etc. But I mean that has changed, of course, over the past 5 years, and a lot of people increasingly around the world are fed up with surveillance, with commercialization of data. So yeah, definitely there's been a lot of changes, and this is, I think, spreading around the world, and this is very, very welcome, of course. Now, at the same time, there's also the data usage part that I want to come back to. I think data is a very powerful tool, of course, for bad, of course, obviously, but I think there is also, it's a very powerful lens on the world. And so these personal data do contain a lot of very valuable information about the state of our human societies, and so and they can help fight corruption. They can reveal fault lines that COVID has exacerbated but also laid bare. And so we need to find, we're collectively working, I think, towards trying to find this balance and the right mechanisms. It's not just a question about theoretical balance. What is to what extent it's there. We need to find technological systems, legal and regulatory frameworks. And I will end by saying the key, I think, for me in a sense, save or foster democracy as government by discussion, is to find the right way to involve citizens, data subjects, and civil society organizations, which are, I think, almost nowhere to be seen or heard in many, many, many countries. And so that's, for me, I think, the big question of the next decade, which is how to concretely give more voice to citizens about whether, how, when our data in particular are used to address some of the key challenges that COVID in particular has exposed. Now
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. 1 minute to go. I received one question here about what changed after GDPR, but I think you already addressed this a lot. So since we are on time to finalize our panel, I would just to make the final remarks here. Thanking you, all of you, for excellent inputs. You really did a very good job. It was a pleasure to be here with you in this very insightful and deep conversation. And thanks for the organizers as well for all the support that you gave us. And yeah, if you have any further doubts, please reach us out, send your comments, follow everyone on the social networks, because it probably will have a good data enforcement behind it after this panel, right? So thank you once again, all the speakers. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you all. And yeah, happy holidays, be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
So thank you, Eduardo. Thank you also to the guests for panel 3, Data Protection and Digital Rights. In case you did miss parts of this conversation, you'll have another chance to review it through the graphic recording, which is about to start right now on this live stream. And this brings us to the end of this year's Future Affairs Conference. Even though we do wish we could have welcomed all of our guests in person here in Berlin, we are very grateful for this chance to connect virtually and to continue this important exchange of insights. In case you missed any of the sessions, they will soon be available on the Republica YouTube channel, so you can watch them again on demand. An event like this, whether it's in person or virtual, takes the cooperation of many different people and organizations. A special thanks to the German Federal Foreign Office for organizing the event, to the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, for the project coordination, to the Republika team for the implementation, and to the think tank Stiftung Neue Verantwortung for their support. I'd also like to thank our graphic recorder, Nadine Rosa, who gave us a visual representation of all the panels. Also, thank you to the curators and team at the Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe for the wonderful virtual exhibition. Of course, a thank you to our video production teams from WeCap and SureShot Films and our design team, Fertig Design. Thanks also to all the speakers and moderators of the panel discussions for your valuable input, and of course to your viewers for your participation. Today's conference may be over, but the conversation about the future impact of digitization has just begun. We're looking forward to welcoming all of you again, we hope someday soon in person in Berlin. So hope all of you stay healthy, take care, and happy holidays.